Hello, and welcome to D4, where I, Dustin,
And I, Devin, codium a 5th edition game of Dungeons.
and Dragons, and hopefully you can hear us and there won't be an echo. Because as you can see, we're remote today.
Welcome to my world.
Yes. Because of conflicting schedules, we are without Cadkins and Ellie tonight. We wish them the best, and we will see them next week when we are back in the studio.
Yep. So please, if you're hearing an echo, just let us know. But hopefully everything should be good and smooth and clean.
No one's mentioned it.
And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful.
You're doing a good job. If I
It's-
know anything about our good friends from Idle Champions, if there's something wrong on the stream, they will let us know.
Yeah, of course. Sweet. We got thumbs up for our in-house studio producer.
But we're going to start with some announcements, starting with Velvet Lodge.
Yeah. So if you'll just, I think we got something coming through here. So just hang on just a second.
Oh, hello, my dear friends. Gather around and hear the tale I shall spin. Within the shadows of the Velvet Lodge, secrets reside and horrors begin. How I reveled in mischief as the Velvet Lodge came to be. Their fates intertwined, a chilling tale only they would come to see. In the parlor I sat alone, dressed a doll on display. Then 4 new toys came to join, and forever they would stay. Oh, the tales we wove within the Velvet Lodge's chilling halls. We conjured fear and despair, as darkness claimed them all. Now, dear audience, listen closely to my final warning. Beware the Velvet Lodge's enchantment, for its spell will leave you mourning. The toys we played, the games we won, but forever lost our sanity. In the Velvet Lodge, a twisted world where time ticks on for eternity.
Well, alrighty then. That was interesting.
Yeah.
And
who was that?
I'm not sure, but something to do with Velvet Lodge for sure.
Yeah. Are you ready to take your tabletop adventures to the next level? Then listen up, fellow adventurers. This message is brought to you by Beetle and Grimm's, your one-stop shop for immersive handouts and gamer accessories. When the adventure is complete, there must be loot, and Beetle and Grimm's understands the thrill of discovering treasure, whether you're a player who survived the campaign or a dungeon master who survived the players.
Oh my god!
Wow, look at this map. It's so beautifully detailed.
And these enchanted coins. They're a real treasure.
Ah, my devious plot twist just got even better with these immersive handouts.
That's right. Beetle and Grimm crafts unique props and accessories that bring your Dungeons & Dragons games to life. From intricate maps to hand-crafted tokens and exclusive artifacts, they even have everything you need to immerse yourself in your favorite tabletop world.
I'm in battle! I'm fighting!
Clang! Pacha!
Fighting with scissors!
With Beetle and Grimm's, my players were completely captivated. They couldn't believe the attention to detail.
I felt like I was holding a piece of the adventure in my hands. It made the game even more exciting.
So don't settle for ordinary. Elevate your gaming experience with Beetle and Grimm. Their expert craftsmanship and dedication to quality will amaze you and your fellow adventurers.
Wow, 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 wow. Magic!
Whether you're a DM looking to surprise your players or a player eager to dive deeper into the story, Beetle and Grimm's has you covered.
I've never seen my players so invested. Thanks, Beetle and Grimm. Our game is now legendary.
These handouts made our adventure unforgettable. We can't wait to see what they come up with next.
Visit beetleandgrims.com today to explore their wide range of immersive handouts and gamer loot. Prepare to be amazed and discover a new level of excitement in your tabletop gaming. Beetle and Grimm's, bringing your adventures to life one handout at a time. Props and accessories not responsible for curses and unexpected dragon encounters. Use with caution, and always remember to roll a natural 20.
Okay. Coming to you with.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to do that, but I have a script that someone keeps nudging me to read.
Brought to you by Die Hard Dice. All right, so
Do.
this week marked an amazing and monumentous occasion. It was the 155th anniversary of Golden Retrievers being recognized as an official dog breed. Ah! So they had this big get-together in Scotland, and there were like 400 dogs that showed up. They did a bunch of games for them, like tug of war, scurry, whatever that is. The Grand Old Duke of York appeared to count the number of Golden Retrievers present. There were 466, just for the record. And then they did something called haggis hurling, which is exactly what it sounds like. But anyways, we're going to tie that into dice. And the wonderful thing about Golden Retrievers is how cute and happy and bright they make your life, right? So I am recommending the 7-piece RPG set, Usurpers of Gilded Ruin, available on dieharddice.com. It is an absolutely gorgeous set of metal dice. It's got kind of a silvery chrome sort of face, but it's outlined in Golden Retriever gold, and the numbers are in gold. So the gold really pops and looks super pretty and super complimentary. So go get your set. They're on sale right now. Go get your set, use discount code D4BFFs or D4BFGs, and get 10% off your order and help support us. It's dieharddice.com. Yay, Golden Retrievers!
Get ready to delve into captivating pages of Bigby's Glory of Giants, an awe-inspiring sourcebook from Dungeons & Dragons. D&D Beyond offers an exclusive first look breaking down the intricate details and mesmerizing content of this upcoming masterpiece. Explore the realms of giant lore, uncover epic quests, and unleash the power of titans within your campaign. With pre-orders now available, embark on an extraordinary journey and secure your copy of Bigby's Glory of Giants. Prepare for a thrilling adventure like no other. Only at D&D Beyond.
Oh, it is once again Eldon Kevin. Yes, that's right. Once again, here he is. I know you weren't expecting, but Kevin is back. Eldon as ever. And here to tell you about Eldritch Foundry. I know what you're thinking. It's been a while since Eldritch Foundry come out with something new. Wrong! They're always coming out with something new, and it's only been a couple of weeks. And just now they've come out with something brand spanking new. And I must journey into the future to tell you about
speed and space. In the far future, flung through the stars, you can have a miniature at your table more powerful than ever, guided not only by eldritch magics, but cool tech that Kevin put together in his basement. Yes, Eldritch Foundry Miniatures is the best place to get things like hover bikes, cool pistols from the future, and other such accessories for your sci-fi character.
And now, with Eldon Kevin's power, you can get one of those for free right now by putting hashtag Eldritch into the chat for your chance to win your Eldritch Foundry miniature. Or, if you don't win tonight, make sure you use D4RPG to get 50% off your own Eldritch Foundry miniature on their coupon code. It's a fantastic way to save some money, get a cool miniature of anything you want, and then make it into a futuristic Eldon Kevin. That's me!
You know, if we're going to talk about the future, at least if Eldon Kevin is going to bring us into the future, then it's only fair that I do a tiny little bit of the future myself for those who are fans of Vital Champions of the Forgotten Realms. Hey, you should keep an eye on Tuesday for an announcement for reasons. Now, if you're looking for other things that have already been announced, Light of Xerxes 4 is out right now. All new space adventures. So much space. All of the space. It's kind of cool. And we're going to help you with your space adventures and the future things that are going to be coming out on Tuesday by getting the Electrum chest that is down here somewhere. All I know is that it ends with eats, so get yourself a snack and enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Roz Hest eats. I don't know who Roz Hest is, but he eats.
He does.
You know what? Everyone deserves a snack.
Yeah.
All right, without further ado, let us immerse ourselves into...
To the Chronicles of D4. It helps if I switch over because I'm running it today, so it helps if I actually push the button.
Button?
Yeah, it's good. It's
Push
great.
the button, Dustin.
Go boom.
Push
Okay.
the button.
We're back.
So, last time on the debelled deceased and the depressing deal, the party awoke to a cold winter's morning where Mitra was gone, leaving only a note for Karina explaining her departure of needing to make amends for her past. The party was approached by Davil before attending the wake and eulogy for Yagra. There they learned that the Doom Raiders had sworn off resurrection and resurrecting themselves after their adventures in Chult vs. Asarak.
They then received a sending from Vajra commending them on taking down Manchun, while also informing them of some gathered deceased as well, needing to make plans for the future of Waterdeep. When they arrive at the Yawning Portal, they see many of their friends and those that led the charge of the insurgent strike teams, but also a slew of deceased bodies that did not survive the ambush attacks.
Once finding Renaer, they spend the time to call out to his departed soul and bargain with Kelemvor so that he can be brought back. And after the ritual is complete, life breathes back into his lungs as he and V have a private conversation about things left unsaid and where to go in the future. But he reassures her that they will always remain friends.
The rest of the group, Mert approaches Harold and V about a secret Harper meeting that even Mert is not fully aware of the contents, but knows it's urgent. As the rest of the group stays behind to speak with Laurel about the chaos of the death of Manchun could cause and how they might be able to circumvent the city remaining divided, Harold V and Mert enter into the sewers as they rush through a labyrinth created by thieves' cant symbols marked along its walls, eventually leading to a secret door that leads into a cellar mimicking the one they have in their own tavern. As they stealth invisibly in, they discover they have been led to a private meeting with Voss and his closest constituents.
They see on the table is the lifeless body of the Black Viper, with Istrid surprisingly performing the resurrection ritual to bring her back. And although Mert tries to play off that he has come alone, Harold drops the invisibility spell, revealing both he and V as Voss asks for a parley. He confesses to having Grecht follow them back after their last encounter, where he heard the rageful promise V told Harold in private. Before the discussion furthers, Istrid informs Voss that if he wants to participate in the ritual, the time was now. He pleads himself to the gods and connects with Mello's soul through the initials and bark carved from his childhood friends. Harold joins in as a favor for the old friend he once knew, and gladly stood beside to revive the old friend of Voss to stand beside him once again.
Fearing that the power V has as an individual and as a leader of the Goliath tribe, he has her swear that she will never lead her people to attack Waterdeep as long as she is Khan in exchange for his life being felled by her hands. All he asks is that she do it with him standing on his feet. Voss has Istrid cast a zone of truth to make everyone swear the truth of his death, and what transpired here will not leave their lips in favor of the lie that a Zentarum assassin killed him when everyone else was out fighting in the city.
After a very tense scene of heartbreak and understanding of Voss saying his piece, to everyone there, he gives Harold his cane. V stands firm in her decision to the betterment of the city, and quickly but respectfully puts down the man she knows is just as much a threat as any other tyrant she has faced before. With the weight of a secret they must keep from everyone, including Seisha, Mert leads Harold and V out as Istrid sets Voss's body ablaze in holy fire to be mourned over by those closest to him and his vision in the end. And as they head through the sewers to meet back up with the rest of the party, that is where we pick up tonight's story.
Oh, good.
As you're walking through the sewers, kind of solemnly, quietly for most of the time, Mert, you can see, doesn't know exactly, like, he can follow everything back the way you came, and then he stops. And he says, he kind of pulls you back a little bit, letting V walk ahead.
Yeah, V is very somber, almost numb at this feeling, and is just kind of keeping to herself as she kind of just moves into her own thoughts.
I didn't want to say anything, but I have to ask. What the fuck was that? Now, don't get me wrong, I understand the part of fearing him becoming a tyrant and doing what a Harper needs to do, but seriously, who offers themselves up like that? But what I'm most afraid of, Harold, is his reasoning. And his eyes drift down the dark tunnel, looking at your friend, the one you've been friends with the longest of the entire group. And kick me swiftly in the nuts with the truth, if you don't mind. I know she's your friend, but do the Harpers need to worry about her and her army being another tyrant?
No. And I will kick you swiftly and sharply in the balls if you ever imply that she's done anything but help the city since she first joined. She's been one of the Harper's best assets. This is another step in the right direction for her. If anything, she should be commended for even having the balls to do this in the first place.
And as I said to her, she made the right decision. I'm not saying she didn't. Don't get me cross, but as a Harper, I have to ask these questions.
No, it's a fair question. I never thought she would have brought them here unless she thought there was going to be some kind of war with Voss's people and her. She would only bring them here to protect the city. My assumption is, I don't exactly know why Voss did what he did, but my assumption has to be that he saw that coming. He knew what steps she'd take to make sure he was dead and wanted to save as many people from the field ward as he could before it was more bloodshed. In a lot of ways, the field ward's the most untouched out of everything that's happened here. It makes sense that he would sacrifice as much as he possibly could to keep it that way.
Aye. All right. We do have to talk about more, though. If we are to keep up the ruse of what we promised, we're gonna have to hide that cane. Now, it was gifted to you for a reason. Whatever it is, no business of mine. That being said, anyone that knows that that's his cane will have questions on how it came to be in your possession.
I'm not thrilled about the idea of hiding it. In a lot of ways, I don't think anybody would be surprised if they found out I was the one that got a hold of it. But considering you're probably right for now.
Now, if you
You got
stumble
any
upon
ideas?
it, some other way, or it's visibly gifted to you afterwards, but having it now, that's only going to cause questions of where we were and what we were doing.
I agree.
So
Do you have somewhere I can hide it?
I was going to say you either hide it until its purpose becomes known to you and then face the complications of the questions when asked, or plan some sort of ruse that explains how it came to fall into your hands now. If you want, I can hold on to it for safekeeping, or we can take a detour to your place now before we go back to the portal.
Let's just take a detour now. I am not in a place where I can just make shit up.
I don't believe that. You're a good liar. And from what
Yeah,
I
I just
hear,
watched one of my closest friends get killed by one of my other closest friends, so. Sorry, Mert. It's just a lot.
I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying your feelings are wrong, but this is the weight of a Harper.
Yeah, I've been feeling that weight for a while now. This is the best possible outcome. The next step is figuring out what the rest of them in the field ward are planning, and I can't help but wonder if Voss was right all these years, or not years, all these months, where he said I should be the one in charge out there.
You see Mert in this moment kind of, he's listening to you, but he's also like holding his physical weight. And he's like, yeah, I've felt the weight for a long time too. But I've been talking to Laurel. She's afraid of taking the throne back. Not that she's not good for it, but these people up there, they don't look at her the same anymore. They look at Manchun, who they still believe is alive, as the person that saved them. And if she fills that power vacuum, then it's hard to say if that's going to not cause any chaos. It's kind of what the question... It's probably the conversation she's having with your friends right now.
My assumption is there needs to be some sort of council. No single-headed figure. No masked lords. But that's my feelings on it.
The Masked Lords were supposed to be a council. And the reason why they were masked is so that people couldn't influence them like in Baldur's Gate. There's a council there, but they're all corrupt.
Yeah, well, things weren't going great in Baldur's Gate last I heard either, so.
We should also get our story straight about where we disappeared off to. Now, I would say it's just Harper business, and most would know to leave it at that. Because even that is more than a courtesy any should get from us and our secrets and our work. But I know how you adventurers are, and sometimes you feel the need to say more. If you do, just let me know what you're going to say so it doesn't catch us in a lie.
I'll probably say something to the effect of, we went back there to, after we heard about the death of the Black Viper, to determine whether this was going to cause civil unrest between the two parties. And upon arriving, we were informed of the assassination of Voss. Simple, straightforward. They didn't give us any further details than that.
All right, so we were in the field ward, so that's true. It's good. You're thinking smart. If someone puts up a zone of truth, there's things that we can answer without saying everything. So we went to the field ward to assess if there is a threat to the future because of those that had died. And in our departing there, we found out that Voss was also dead.
Yep. It's the easiest way to do it.
Sounds good, lad. So, how do we get to your place?
I'm going to take a look around. Do I know?
You can make a survival check.
Sure.
You've traversed these sewers pretty a lot, so.
Yeah, so at least it's not a disadvantage. 15.
15 was the DC. So
hey, rock on.
You are able to make it to your hidden cellar door.
Okay. I will I guess I need to sleight of hand it and walk in. And
That would
get
be
upstairs.
that'd be stealth if you want to, but you know that you would be going into the cellar, and the cellar leads into the main, like tavern.
Yeah, I'll just cast invisibility on myself,
Okay,
and I'll stealth it
got it.
with advantage. Oh, terrible, but still, it's probably good enough for the tavern. 15.
15. Getting through the tavern and everything, everybody seems to be distracted with the merriment of, Davil and Sky, kind of alleviating people's worries. You see everybody eating what may, I guess it would be evening, so dinner, finishing up dinner currently. And you see it's not anything fancy as it has been. It's just the continuous food. You go outside, people seem to be heading home, and you can go wherever you want.
I'm just gonna head up to my room, and I'm gonna take the cane. I'm going to. Are there like boards on the bottom of the bed, like underneath it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have an elevated like bed, but yeah, there can be boards on which
It's
your
still a
mattress.
bed frame.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'll just kind of find a place to shove it up in there because everybody knows I never use the bed, so I doubt anybody think to look there.
that's Earl's bed.
That's Earl's bed. And then I will head back, get back in the sewer, and drop invisibility.
Okay. All right, it's hidden.
Yeah, in a place most people wouldn't check.
Okay.
As I'd say, as you're kind of heading back,
Okay. Got it. You get a message, a sending.
Oh God.
And it is Vajra. And she says, I don't know where you are, but as for right now, the meeting is adjourned. We have some loose plans that you probably need to talk with your friends about. Headed your way.
Cool.
Headed to tavern. That headed your way.
Okay, got it. I was about to say, I was like, how does she know where I am? This is a problem. Cool. I guess I'll see you in the tavern as soon as I get a hold of everyone else. Talk soon. I got nothing else, and that's where it ends.
Okay.
all right. As the rest of you have commenced talks for now, there is definitely more that needs to be discussed, but there is at least more of a. The rest of the day is to placate the somber evening of how many people died and laying to rest. I can't think of words right now that not wake, but not regret. What is remorse? What I don't know
mean,
what word.
Probably
Mourning.
all of
Mourning.
Mourning. That's
Yeah.
the word I'm looking for. In mourning. This is why I have a technical director to be able to do this, because I can't multitask apparently.
But you're so pretty.
There's also probably a tiny little bit of guilt, as much as Orkira will tell everybody that there shouldn't be. It's another one of those things she says out loud to basically convince herself.
Okay. Okay.
But eventually, Harold, Davil comes up to you. Sorry, my computer's being extremely slow right now. And he goes,
good.
I just wanted to say thanks again for, being there this morning.
And this is to me directly?
Yes.
Am I, did I just go back into the tavern? Was that...
It can be anywhere, actually. Davil, you get the sense that Davil's looking for you.
Sure, I can talk to him in the tavern.
Okay. If you were in the common room, he would have come up, seeing if...
No, I would probably wait in the tavern and just kind of keep an eye on the business and see if people need help with anything. So yeah, this is fine. Hey, that's what we do. We help.
Yeah, everybody came back, but Karina and V went off to go talk about something. V seemed a little off, but I hope everything's okay. I'm guessing you guys find out who else we lost.
Yes. And that's something we should really... I want to have more people here before we discuss that.
Well, you're gonna have to you're gonna have to wait for a little bit because Seisha wanted me to give you this.
Oh, and I will take it.
Sent it
What am I taking?
It seems to be a folded up handwritten letter, and I sent it to you personally.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Only mean good things.
I will read it out loud for the benefit of the audience. He does not read it out loud himself. Harold, oh no, the first sentence is a problem. Harold, I've gone to the field ward. I'm not planning to meet with him. I'm just going to watch him for a bit. I want a final memory of him to look back on, one of him among the people that he fought for. The people he toppled a social structure to empower, the people he saved. Okay, I want that memory. I need that memory to be the one I look back on when I look at our time together since leaving home. I'm sorry, I'm not. This isn't funny. It's just fucked as fuck you. Maybe I'm still deluding myself. Maybe I'm still deluding myself, but after everything else, I know what he is. I just don't know how to let him go. Got good news for you, sister. I love you all. See you in the morning, Seisha. Okay, let me think about how Harold processes this letter.
It's called metagaming.
No, I wrote that.
Really?
I wrote that before the scene.
100%.
Damn.
Yep.
Well, okay, well, now I'm glad I called you out on it because I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, that was written before
my
the scene.
God.
That's amazing.
Harold-
That's horrific and
Harold-
amazing.
Stares at the letter for a while. Oh. Did you read this?
It's not any of my business. I don't tell you everything the Doom Raiders do.
Totally fine. Just was curious.
Unless there's anything in there about how I need to be running this tavern, that's the only thing that needs to be pertinent to me.
Nope. Nothing in there about that. Totally fine.
And I think Orkira and, or depending on where you are, even if you're back at the tavern, I think at this point, I think Petunia and Orkira can come up on you, Harold, as you're having this moment.
So
I hate walking through the sewers.
Fucking
Everything
hey!
smells. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. It's good. I just was focused, and he folds up the paper and puts it in his pocket. What's
Are you
up?
okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm assuming Seisha's not with you guys.
Did Seisha tell us where she was going, or she just?
No. She, if Dustin and Devin are okay with it, she would have left a little early, saying that she had something she needed to take care of, and she would meet up with everybody later.
No. Kind of like you and V. She said she had something to take care of and then took off.
Okay, so Karina and V are doing stuff together, and that leaves the three of us. Cool. Great. How did talks go? Talks were good?
Yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah.
I mean, the good news is we've got some time to figure out the whole what to do about them thing.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
can see Orkira is trying to avoid, like, because we're in the tavern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Orkira is trying to avoid mentioning names, but it's obvious who she's talking about. We got a little bit of time, so I think the decision right now is to reconvene with more plans about
Yes.
what we exactly want to do.
Davil, and the two of you, could I borrow you guys in the common room briefly?
Of course.
Yeah, whatever you need.
You're muted there, Davil. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I was actually just about to head back up towards my closet.
Perfect. Great. Let's head up there.
Okay.
And
Easy enough. You find
What-
yourself in the common room.
Which one is
so-
Biblio?
Biblio is currently a love seat, so whoever sits in the love seat.
Okay.
Harold will stop Petunia from sitting.
Yeah.
No, don't.
Or will point out
Thank you.
Biblio and then say, I think I could use a hug. And then she'll sit in the love seat.
And
Hi. Hi.
tongue comes out and just like
Laps up at the side of your face extremely
don't-
slowly.
yep.
It can't smell good. I was in, or taste good. I was in the sewer. So, don't look too hard.
There was
I
a
don't
time he was a rocking chair and I could not get up without Seisha's assistance.
Oh, I probably am going to need help getting up. Absolutely. But,
Oh, I'm happy to help.
Harold, what do you need?
that'd be good.
I can't
Is Seisha
go
okay?
in. That's a great question. Seisha is going to find out something firsthand that I just found out very recently. So there's no sense in waiting, and I can't explain details due to the nature of how I came into this information. Just know that I know. Voss was killed.
What?
When?
Recently. Voss is gone.
Was it in the fight or like?
I don't have details. I just know that Voss is gone. And the field ward is coming to terms with that.
You, s-
And
you see Davil has like a thought, trying to play back as much as he knows. Was it Ziraj?
I don't think so.
Okay. He tried before.
I know. Why? My assumption is things are going to be dicey for a bit.
Yeah, no kidding.
How are you doing?
Oh. I hadn't lied to myself and said Voss was going to live a really long life. He was going to die doing something he felt was right. Of course, I'm conflicted because we agreed on basically nothing. But
He was still our friend.
yeah. And in many ways, I grew much closer to him than even I realized until so You all deserve to hear it. I wish Seisha was here.
Should I send a sending? I don't know if she goes there. I mean, sounds like she'll find out, but I don't. Do we want to ask her to come back, or
We could
I
go
think-
find her.
I mean, I'm okay with either. I can send her a sending and at least, and not tell her. I'm not gonna tell her over a sending. That would be cruel. But like, ask her to come back. That it's really, really important.
I don't know. A part of me thinks that if there was one person to see things firsthand, it should probably be her. I mean,
If she-
she's, it's more
Give-
personal to her than any of the rest of us.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Give her some time, then send a sending.
Okay.
At least
Oh,
that
I'll-
way, she'll get the information, and if she needs someone to be there for her, we can go retrieve her. Or if for whatever reason she ends up in a sticky situation, we can go save her. You can go save her.
I don't think. I just don't know how things are going to shake out, honestly. So
My only
Only the-
concern is that she finds out there and she's alone.
then we do what Davil said. We just give it some time and then send the sending.
How
I
long
just-
do you want me to wait?
Oh, I'd give it 2 hours. And
Yeah.
in the meantime, I'm going to look around here and see if there's any of his old stuff around and just kind of gather it. I don't think there's anything left here. But maybe he left something.
Orkira's gonna try to get up off of Biblio, like give him a pat and then try to get up.
Junior will
don't-
go over to start like trying to tug or peel her slowly off of the.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Is it a
Isn't-
strength check? Is
I
that
think
what
so.
Yeah, with much effort.
Let me just take a quick peek here at
Come on, Biblio.
that.
I really need to get up.
It's you gotta do
athletics
it.
or acrobatics, your choice.
Acrobatics, please.
Which one of us?
Please.
Uh,
Hey, that's a 25.
Okay, yeah, you're
I
able to.
tickle Biblio in the spot that I know he's like just ticklish enough so that he loosens, and I just kind of squirm
It
out.
releases this haunting
Oh.
laughter.
Roll that with disadvantage.
Oh, okay. I'll roll it again.
It does. So I finish
That's
reading the.
still over 20. It's
Okay,
22.
great. Yeah, that's more than
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
But yes, there's this cackling, unworldly laughter that comes out of this chair as Orkira kind of shakes away from and pulls herself off of this mimic. But while that is happening, we're
And I'll
going to
pet, and then I'll come over to Harold and say, "You need a hug? 'Cause I could use a hug."
I think we could all use a hug right now.
And I'll hug him.
I'll hug her back.
And we'll join in if
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wing comes around you, and the three of us will just.
Alright. And as the three of you hug, we're going to shift our attention.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, here comes another heartbreak.
Seisha, how are you getting to the field ward?
She will, after she breaks away, she's going to take off her plate and put it in her handy haversack and pull out her leather armor.
Okay.
And she will put that on. She knows thieves can't. She knows the sewers and has a map of them. So she will go into the sewers and make her way to the field ward.
Okay, got it. You are able to find a location into the field ward.
Yeah, the sewers themselves don't go into the field ward because the
Right.
field ward doesn't have.
They did.
Did they?
At the very end, they started getting
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
infrastructure.
That's right, they did.
They just never finished
They
it.
never finished. So it goes just into the field ward.
Mhm.
As that is, you were correct. That did start to happen.
Yeah. But yes, you can exit through. You come to a manhole cover.
Okay. She will kind of push the manhole cover up just a tiny bit and peek out. And not seeing any abominations or undead.
You see the area around this manhole cover is probably one of the only places that has become paved to hold its structure. You are just within the inside. You see this oppressive stone wall that you're staring at. And then you look around and you can see the disheveled houses and the dirt and the hard impact dirt and the familiar smell and look of the field ward. However, the entire field ward.
Yeah, the first thing that you notice when you peek is that your dark vision kicks on, because it is pitch black dark. Like, not a... Because, I mean, I wouldn't say to the point where, more like the low light side of your dark vision, because you still have some like bleed over from Waterdeep itself, even with the that and like the stars, and moon, what?
Don't know yet.
There is, but the field ward itself, like immediately you notice that is quiet. And
with your extreme high passive perception, you even see that the wall is less heavily manned than you know its protections to typically be.
Yeah, you can see a few of the like reflecting metallic skin of the
bodies.
Bodies of the automaton warforged, but there's no lanterns, no chimney fires. Despite the cold, it's quiet, eerily quiet.
She will make her way out of the sewer, trying to be as quiet as possible. And I'm going to attempt to be stealthy.
Go ahead and...
She doesn't know what's going on at this point, so... Let me switch out my armor. There we go.
Make a stealth check,
And
not at
stealth.
disadvantage.
Oh, whoops. She is not stealthy. That's a 5.
That's a 5. And I want to say that you start in the shadows, right? Mm-hmm. And you're doing really, really well. Like, unnaturally well. And then the reason why you give up on being stealthy is you see the reason why you were being so unnaturally good at being stealthy is there's no one to look for you. You are completely alone, and so you give up on being stealthy and just start wandering the streets, actively looking for people, completely forgetting about any attempts at being unseen.
Yeah.
And with your uncanny passive perception, you begin to hear a soft hum of a song echoing down the streets.
Do I recognize the song?
From where you are, no.
Okay. I will head as near as I can tell toward the source.
Yeah, you keep following, finding different alleyways, and echoing off different walls. Eventually, you see a group of people. The light brought you to them, the only light you've found so far. And there is a... Oh, yeah. She
just breathes a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Seeing people.
And you see what looks to be... At first, you're wondering if it's like torches and pitchforks ready to start a revolt. But then you hear that sound, that solemn procession of everyone from the field ward, literally everyone, with candles, torches, lanterns, all bundled into the cold. Their breaths chill the air as they sing a Gregorian chant in every language of a dirge in honor of a fallen hero.
They parade through every part of the field ward. As I imagine you follow.
Yes.
And
she stays a good distance back, and while she's not trying to hide, she's just kind of hanging out near buildings, not trying to be obvious. Just trying to hear a name.
Okay. You follow the parade, and it moves towards the center of town, to the pit where the crowd encircles it.
You see all of the automatons that are there that aren't holding guard over the literal miles of wall that surround both the north and the south of the field ward, all gather around, but standing on the rooftops, creating this massive circle for most of the entirety of this open area. And through the silence, beyond the night, besides the song that rings out, and as the song quiets, it is punctuated with 200 guns firing at once. And you can hear it is fired north, or you can see that it is fired north, away from the city, into the darkness of the woods and fields that lie beyond the walls of the field ward. And it is fired with mechanical precision that echoes out as a singular thunderous boom that echoes off the walls and buildings of the city like a rolling thunder from the clouds above. Everyone at Troll Skull does not hear this, because you are protected by the Mythal, much as you did not hear the chaos of the explosions and everything. But over the next... Well, what do you do?
I'm going to look for any familiar faces.
Okay. With your passive perception, you definitely see many people that you recognize. People that you've taught, people that you've talked to, children you've seen. But, and this is over the next couple of, like over the next hour.
Yeah.
People come forward and kind of like recount stories in the honor of a person. They don't ever say his name. Most of them are not stories of directed interaction, but more so speaking about how his message and ideals touched them, gave them purpose, gave them hope, and gave them power to command their own destinies.
And you see as each of them come up and just speak, they sprinkle what looks to be ashes just into the pit itself. And then someone you actually do recognize steps up to speak. A young half-elven drow with braids going up the side. She talks about how this...
When Seisha sees her step up, it starts a wheel turning.
Okay.
She just has this sense of dread seeing her stepping up and everybody talking about this person who freed everyone.
And she speaks up about how he helped focus her rage and even quell her resentment for all orcs, and instead focused it on oppressors as a whole. This allowed her to be trained by an orc that gave her the power to train all of the bully field guard and the warforged that protect these walls. You see another speak up, comes forward. You don't quite see him through the crowd, but you can definitely hear his grating, nasally goblin voice as he speaks up about, yeah, I'm a goblin, and everybody hates goblins. Hell, goblins hate goblins. But, I was a murderous thief who stabbed the fucker in the back to take his coin pouch, and instead of attacking me, he goaded me once more so he could actually see how skilled I was with a blade, and the motherfucker paid me to do it, and a lot of coin. And then he gave me the chance to be in charge, and I get to help all of you sorry sacks keep doing everything that he taught me to do for myself, because he looked past my goblin skin and my nature and gave me the power to forge my own path. I guess, go fuck yourself. And he throws the dust into the pit.
Next steps up a warforged automaton that has a wine-stained metallic scar across one eye. You all know me, but you may not know my story. My name is Reddard, and many months ago I joined the Xanathar Guild because my uncle's store wasn't making enough money, and hell, it was an easy job. They took me in. I was guarding a secret lookout, or I was a lookout guard at a secret lair in the sewers. And the only threat we ever faced was a Zentarum thug or alley blade every so often would wander through. But it wasn't until he and his group of adventurers came by, and they didn't kill me. Instead, they saved me. Spared my life. And afterwards, he trained me to be skilled with a blade, helped me and my uncle, and he gave me purpose. I was the first of you to step up, to become more, and to carry on that purpose. And I will continue to do so. I will stand guard and protect those that inspire hope. And with that, he looks back as another individual begins to step forward.
You see Istrid steps forward. Just kind of tossing a coin and catching it. Tossing a coin, catching it. You can see that she's frustrated. You know she's a cleric. You can probably guess why she's frustrated. She takes the coin in hand and picks up the ashes. Whispers something to herself. You read her lips. She doesn't speak out loud, but almost like an endearing nickname. Twinkle toes and and crispy marshmallow. Throws the coin and ashes into the pit. Eventually, some others say their words until another walks forward. Dressed in the deep purples, maroons, blacks, and grays. Hood down and mask off, you see the Black Viper, who you were told was dead. And you see that she is standing very much alive.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mellow Widowbrook. Some may know me by my adopted name as Velrosnar, or more notoriously as the infamous Black Viper. But I've known Voss from childhood, where we were both bought from an orphanage by the reforged ring. We had a troubled, torturous upbringing by an evil pirate captain, causing us to turn against our friends and kill them. Not long after we were separated, when I was sold to the noble house of Rosnars in Waterdeep. I grew up most of my years with a silver spoon in my mouth, but the taste to me always foul and meticulously bitter. Separated from him, I too grew to understand and resent the dichotomy of power created by the wealthy and arcane. How although the world is fraught with monsters, the most common are the ones that look like us. That led me to adopt the mantle of the Black Viper, to steal from the rich, give to the poor, and find a way to dismantle the corruption within the City of Splendors by bringing the cockroaches dressed in silks and embroidered robes out of the shadows so that they may be stomped out by the heel they use to oppress and control us. My memories of my past were stolen from me by the Rosnars through magics, in hopes of them molding me into the perfect daughter. But he fought to save my mind. Despite the pain it would cause to resurface, my mind would be mine, and I would have full control over who I was once again. Something he has done for many of us. For that, I thank you, old friend. Hopefully we will meet again on the other side so that we may finally be free to sail the ethereal sea.
See, she picks up a handful of ashes, holds them to her forehead, says a quiet prayer, obscured from your vision, and throws ashes into the pit.
Feel free to join us in returning ash to ash and dust to dust. But I pray you join me for one last thing for the evening at the crossroads. Thank you. And with that, she steps down.
And fades into the crowd with many of the others you recognize as one after one, those that did not know him well enough, did not meet him, but only know him vicariously through those he has affected, pick up a handful of ash and throw it into the pit as they start heading towards the east.
Seisha watches the crowd kind of move away, and she moves forward towards the pit and waits for the people there to kind of finish and walk away. And she walks over and looks at what's left of the ashes. And she reaches down and just kind of traces her finger through them. And she reaches into her pouch and pulls out a small bag that's it's just like burlap, and it's tied at the top. Mm-hmm. And she opens it up, and it is full of herbs. It is a pouch of herbs that remind her of home. And she reaches in and takes a pinch, puts the pouch back, lifts a little bit of his remains, sprinkles the herbs into it, and just kind of rests her hand over the top of it. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Oh. You should have stayed hidden. At least till I could have gotten you home. You're a fucking monster. But you're still my VoDs. I waited so damn long just to have some sort of recognition from you about making you proud. And the only time I got it was a lie. And she tosses her hands out in front of her, and this mist sort of boils out and carries the ash and herbs to the bottom of the pit. I love you. Nothing will ever change that. I wish you could have known me. And I wish I could have known you. And I'm sorry I made you leave. You were actually happy. At least I thought you were. And then as soon as we left, everything changed. I'm sorry, Thoughts. And she stands up and glances down at the ashes. And she takes a tiny pinch and sprinkles it into the herb bag, puts it back in her pouch, and begins heading to the crossroads.
Okay.
All right.
As you waited until just about everyone was done with their own private eulogies or even silent tossings of ashes, you were the last to gather with a crowd, once again amassed together. And you see in the center of that crowd, it's not a pit, but the exact opposite. A massive object currently obscured in tarnished canvas. This is not something you've seen here before, but you quickly spot the oxen and cart that were used to carry whatever lies in waiting. The wheel tracks carved into the hard, impacted earth give evidence to its weight. And standing atop it is that nimble-footed woman dressed in the shadows.
This that I stand upon is a gift he wanted to give you. Sadly, he is not here to give you this symbol of the field ward, a symbol of hope, freedom, and prosperity. A welcome homage to all those that seek refuge and command over their life. Let it also hold true to be a sign to all those that oppose this freedom, built not off of greed or desperation, but off of hard work and perseverance, in defiance to all those that seek to enslave us through money, through power, through magic, or any other.
And with that, she jumps into the air, grasping the canvas beneath her, and tosses it away, landing once again onto the statue. And you see that it is a simple stone statue, easily carved from the masons that now dwell within this ward. It is a featureless man, on a large block facing the main gate of the field ward, his arms spread wide, standing tall. In his left hand, a pistol, cocked and loaded. In the right, a hammer, worn and beaten, and a simple epitaph in the stone that reads, "Herein through blood and sweat we forge our own destiny. Herein our humanity is not for sale."
In his absence, I stand before you not demanding you follow me nor bend a knee, but instead humbling asking if you would stand beside me as an equal in servitude of the vision he created within all of us for all of us.
And you hear the crowd begins to cheer.
We have heard word that Manshun is dead, but the war is not over. A new ruler will seek the throne of Waterdeep, and I will make sure our voice will be heard through power of reason or through show of force.
And the crowd erupts once again as they look upon their new leader of the free people, lit aglow in the flickering torchlight piercing through the night as a banner of a blood-stained field of red with the symbol of the bull billowing behind her in the background.
Seisha just kind of stands frozen for a while taking this in, and her mind starts running 1,000,000 miles a minute with the implications of what's being said. And she moves to the side and tries to kind of stand off to the side to watch where Voss's inner circle is going.
Okay. You see that Mello, the Black Viper, will stay behind and talk to people individually about any questions they might have, or say their condolences, or even continuing just telling stories and learning more about who this woman is that was so close to this hero. But you do see the rest of them kind of go their separate ways. They don't all go together. You see Grek leave off in one direction. You see Reddard kind of stay off in the background, still amongst the masses, in a heightened elevated position, and seems to be watching over Mello. And you see Istrid leaving in another direction.
After a little while, Seisha positions herself so that she's in Mello's eye line, just in the back, leaning against a building, just watching Mello, waiting for her to look up and see Seisha.
Okay. She'll see you, recognize you, and you see her pointedly look towards Reddard and then nod in your direction. And you see him, as you look up, you see him nod, and he starts heading your way. It does not, with your passive insight being good enough, you can see it is not threatening.
Yeah.
More along the lines of the go have that conversation. I'm literally in the middle of talking to people.
Yeah.
I'm now a politician. I have to talk to the people.
Yeah.
Couldn't even escape that.
Yep. Yeah. There's definitely that look of, oh, I want to go. Oh, nope. I got to stay here and be a face. All right. There's a reason I wore a mask.
Yep. So, and it isn't long before you hear the heavy foot press against the hardened ground walking towards you, and stops 5-10 feet away.
What happened?
He just kind of stares at you for just this unemotional metallic face. I couldn't save him.
You were there.
Always. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I know you loved him too.
He became a father to me.
When did...
Today.
Was it quick?
Yeah.
That stubborn son of a bitch. What was he doing out while everybody was away? What was he thinking? He knew better. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be yelling at you.
He died on his feet.
It's been a long day. Are you okay?
No.
Me neither.
But I will be. We will be. I have to be.
What's going to happen now? I mean, obviously, she's taking the reins.
It's who he trusted most with his vision.
I think she's who he trusted most, period.
They were cut from the same cloth.
Oh. He's built a strong group to carry everything out.
It's never about us. It's about them. Kind of looks to the crowd, like the crowd that hasn't dispersed. Much like me, he saw more than just
He
poor
saw
and-
people.
He did. He saw those that were not seen.
Who has the names?
He kind of like tilts his head.
There were children. Well, they're not children anymore, I guess. He was trying to track them down.
He and Mello found most when taking down the reforged ring.
I'm sorry, what?
He and Mello found most of them when they were taking down the reforged ring.
Right. I know he found most of them. But once we're done, I want to find the rest.
Some didn't survive. I think Mello has it. I'm not sure how many. I wasn't within then.
Sorry, I just, Sorry, Catman. It's kind of weird. Things that you remember, huh?
Catman?
It's not fair. I've got a lot on my plate right now. But when things settle down,
We all do.
I'd like to come back and help.
Help is always appreciated.
You did really well protecting him.
You seem kind of like lower his head.
There's shame in this moment that you can read even off of a stoic, emotionless, metallic
Body language.
Yeah.
It's the body language, though. This felt like a hurtful words to him, especially in this moment.
Hey, look at me. We can only delay it. There's no stopping it. And you gave him more chances than I think anyone else ever has. You did good. You helped him build this legacy instead of being remembered for the things he did previously. This is what he'll be remembered for. Breaking the chains. You helped make his vision possible. You did good. The idea that anyone can be everything and everywhere all at once, it's not realistic. It's not possible. You gave him love and loyalty. Even though he wasn't the best at expressing affection, I think we both know how much you meant to him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to tell the others. Oh God, I'm gonna have to tell Harold. Oh, I'm not ready for that. You know what kills me? A bad choice of words given the circumstances.
Don't tell the city.
Huh?
Don't tell the city. We don't want them to think we are at a moment of weakness.
Okay.
I don't know what the future holds. We don't We don't plan on attacking. It's not what we are, but we will ensure our voice is heard, and we will protect what he has created.
What's the next step?
We have to see what happens next in the city. Who steps up? Who's gunning for the throne, quote unquote? There's a vacuum.
What? This sounds ridiculous, but did he leave behind anything that you all would be willing to part with? Maybe, if I could make a request. His grappling hook.
Everything was burned with him.
And she just crumbles to the ground, just sobbing. He's really gone. It's not a trick.
It is not.
There's not a doppelganger involved.
No. This would burn the body. At his request.
Yeah, I just found out yesterday he didn't... I found out yesterday there's nothing you could do if he died.
He had very strict instructions.
Yeah, well, he never told me. I'm just... It's pretty safe out here, right?
You see him look up towards all of the other Warforged. Kind of with a knowing gesture. See, no one around here is carrying any type of weapon beyond what a torch could do.
Yeah. There's a building. I think we bought it, actually. And I give the location of the building where we went into the cavern under it with Kaiser Vex.
That is the Bully Field Guard headquarters.
Right. Can I please get access to the chamber under it?
You'll have to talk to Grecht. He's the captain. It's where they train.
Yeah. Thanks.
And he'll actually awkwardly hold his arms out and embrace you.
And she just hugs him back.
It's stiff. It's cold. Very, very cold. There's no heartbeat. There's no breath. Inhale and exhale. But he...
I'm gonna go find Gret. Keep her safe.
He solemnly nods and lets go and goes back to his position. And when Grecht left, you saw he was heading in the direction that you know that the Bullyfield Guard outpost is.
Okay. Seisha will make her way out there, just kind of numbly walking through the streets and watching the reaction of the people around her.
Very much like leaving a wake. There's a lot of solemn attitudes. There's some numbness, some people with tears, but also some people with hope, embracing the world they were given and the new leader that they have.
She will make her way to the Bullyfield Guard building. And when she gets there, she just kind of stands there staring up at it. She has stopped crying. And she just stares at the building and thinks back to when we first came into it and how it was the start of their distance. And eventually she walks forward to the door and knocks on it.
Yeah, you see waiting from the windows, you can there's an automaton or two, and one of them leaves, and right as you go to knock at the door, it opens. Hey, I guess you heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you were a real big friend of his, and my condolences.
My condolences to you as well.
Yeah, fuck him. I don't care. You can easily tell that's a lie.
Yeah.
So, what brings you here?
I was wondering if I could go downstairs.
Why? You want to go down to the training area?
Yeah.
I mean, can I ask why?
It's Bullyfield Guard was one of the biggest accomplishments he had. And it all started down there.
I mean, yeah, if that's what you need, no problem. Come with me to the dragon room. And takes you into the room that had the dragon puzzle that still works. But they know how to quickly just click, 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 click. Okay, and then from the center...
Seisha just kind of glares at it.
And then from the center, that spiraling staircase tower comes up. And he goes, yeah, don't step on the second stair. That's what closes it.
Right.
All right, okay. And you go down, and you can easily make your way through the entire place because all of the traps down here have been
yeah, I mean, it's been completely remodeled. Like there
Yeah.
are torches or sconces on the walls and a like walkway, and it's not like the like hewn stone or the like natural caverns that it was.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the river of centipedes anymore.
Fucking centipedes.
I
forgot about those.
The
Seisha kind of twitches when we get to that room.
The copper tunnel, that created the electromagnetic lightning, is still there, just not currently on.
She twitches again.
Yeah. He's going by and he's like, yeah, and this is the barracks, and this is the kitchen. I mean, we have a kitchen upstairs, but this is a secondary kitchen for people down here. Blah. He's going through. That's the privy. That's my privy. And
Wait, you have your own?
yeah, I'm the captain. What do you? Of course. I was like, hey, Masons, put that in here. Hey, oh God, what are they called? You know what? The toilet makers. They made one.
Plumbers?
Yeah, those guys. It's probably the cleanest bathroom in all of Waterdeep. I'll tell you that right now.
I know this sounds really weird, but could I just look at it real quick?
I mean, yeah, but you can't sit on it.
Okay, no, I wouldn't dare. And she goes over and she looks into the room and makes a mental note of every detail of this bathroom.
Yeah.
Because at this point she's just on autopilot, and Harold would like to hear about a clean bathroom.
So this is the Herald, and it opens it up, and it's immaculately clean. It is a lot smaller. It's like a child's toilet.
Did you call it the Herald?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they call it. That's like the nice way of saying it. Like they use a person's name in place of an object. I think it's called like a head on a ship. But yeah, this is my Herald.
Oh, correct. I should have come found you earlier.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking great. So anyways, let's go to the final room. You probably want to put these in your ears. I don't know if there's any firing going on right now, but this is how we can practice with the firearms so that there's no one, stray bullets and stuff like that. It impacts the earth.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. And he takes you into that giant room that was where you first found the Cult of Dragons following Sylvarin, who had been converted to the Cult of the Eye, and as they were practicing something that they thought was for Tiamat.
Turned out was not.
Turned out was not. And you can see that it is now way more open instead of the cavernous area that it was. It's been completely drained out, and at the far end there is a diagonal wall of loose earth. And there's a bunch of straw,
people-shaped
objects. And you can see that there are bows and arrows down here as well.
Seisha walks over to the center, what was the center of the room when we had been there previously. And just sort of stands...
And just so you know, there are two automaton here that are firing. She
just walks into it.
Yeah, as Grecht and you enter, they stop and stand at attention. But you continue walking.
Yeah, and she gets to the center of the room and just kind of looks around. And she throws her head back and just lets out this screaming wail. Just letting everything out. And afterwards, she kind of stands there, breathing for a moment, and turns around to Grecht.
You can see he's calming down, he's gesturing to the automatons. It's all right, don't worry.
Shoot me.
All right, there might be some cause for concern.
No, just don't kill me. Shoot me.
Why the fuck you want me to shoot you?
Because I need to know.
You need to know. It fucking hurts, I'll tell you that. I personally haven't been shot, but I've been shot by an arrow. I've been stabbed, multiple times. I'm not standing in front of a bullet.
We helped him
Yeah.
bring about these weapons.
Uh-huh.
I need to know what I'm responsible for.
Yeah, wait here for a second. I gotta go get something real quick. And you're down there alone for probably 10 minutes before he comes back. And it is a stack of papers. It's like, I'm gonna need you to sign at least this entire thing.
Greg, is this a common request? Why do you have all these papers?
Oh no, this is not a common request. But for my safety and other things like that, legally, since I am now a captain of a ward and all of that, I don't want you to come after me, especially since, well, I don't know if field ward is technically a ward anymore because the whole city's gone to shit. Anyways, you'll see some pages in there. It all makes sense. It's very easy to follow, no problem.
It's written in Goblin. And he's like,
And there's like, there's some doodles and stuff like that. It looks kind of hastily made.
Okay.
Some of the drawings, it looks like a very crude, not lewd or rude drawing of you, but a very crude child's drawing of you being shot with X's over your face. That says if you die, it's not our fault. You asked for it. That's with this page. You got to sign that you asked for it. Here, and here you want to sign saying that you're liable for your own pain and suffering. Just regular legal stuff.
Just show me where to sign.
Yeah, here, and it's like 5 minutes later, your hand hurts of just constantly signing. Don't worry about that page. All right, now that that's all over with, are you sure you want to be shot?
Yes.
Okay, shooter. And you see one of them just
real once, like not a lot.
And kablam. Make sure you roll with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because you're asking to be shot. I'm sure you're not trying to not get shot.
Yep, and they're taking their steady aim.
And steady aim.
I have a 16. Actually, I'll take off my shield too. So I have a 14.
Okay, they hit.
They hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. I don't have my. I can do it on here.
No, I got it. There's 4 of those. Hold on. Go back. Yep.
You got it all?
Yes.
I don't have my dice. You're the dice roller. Yep.
That dice ASMR.
Yeah. That was a lot of.
I rolled pretty low.
More than I expected.
The sound of it rolling
Okay, got it,
almost
got it.
makes up
Yeah,
for the number we're about to hear.
Yeah.
Did you already add that?
Shot for science.
Okay, so
have to
it's
understand.
40 piercing
Okay.
and 5 poison.
Okay. Poison.
Mm-hmm.
Lead.
Interesting. Okay.
And it is
Was it
a
special?
hard shot, and you see the gun smoke goes off. This ringing, fills the room. It's loud even with the ear protection that you have, and it is extremely painful. As 40, what was it? 40 total. 40.
Yeah.
45.
45 points of damage hits you in a single shot.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a d6.
No,
Instant.
it's not.
Oh, that's
50.
right. That's right. It's 50.
not
It's 50.
50.
That's right. That's 50. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, okay.
It
We're up to there now.
Could have very easily been that. I rolled
Yep.
pretty low.
Yep.
She staggers backwards and puts her hand on the wound. Her eyes get huge. Oh, it burns. That burns. That burns.
See, Greg pulls out a notebook, starts writing down. All right. I didn't know that it did fire, but good to know. All right, she's alive. Do you want to get shot again?
I'm good.
All right.
That was enough. I got the gist.
Will you get shot again? No.
Because you did sign a piece of paper that says that we can shoot you multiple times if you ask for it.
Sure, I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, okay. Thought that was a surefire, because that's bad.
And I'm going to use healing hands on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You hear the one that just shot kind of speaks up and is like, "That was a good one. I don't think I've seen one take a direct hit like that before."
Oh. Well, I get 11 back. I understand.
Bullet pops out.
Good thing I didn't hit you in the face.
Thank you for that.
I was aiming for the center mass.
You did a great job. You hit it. That's center mass.
Now, I'll be honest, I'm not as proficient with these things as these were made to be. Nim did a fantastic job. They're able to hold a gun extremely steady and extremely deadly. All right, are we done here? Because this is still really weird for me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very strange way to end a very sad night. If this is how you deal with your pain. Oh, I get it. You're causing pain to focus on that pain instead of the other ones. You know, it's not too bad. It's a pretty goblin way of doing about it. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Let's go upstairs now.
Sure. And she, I don't remember what you said. Is it still a rock floor?
Yes, yeah. It's still a stone floor, and the only thing is that the side, it has a 45 degree plane that is covered in soft earth in the far end.
Is it like a wall for absorbing
Correct.
shots?
100%.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Seisha on the way out spies like a loose pebble and reaches down and picks it up and puts it in her pouch.
Okay. Sounds good.
I should probably head out.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, if you need anything, I guess let us know. I don't know exactly where you stand on this whole city thing, but I know you were close to Voss, so hopefully it's on our side. If not, I hate to say you know what it's going to feel like, so...
No, I am... I know what Voss wanted. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Yeah. You'll have no trouble leaving unless you want to leave through the sewers. There's only 2 entrances into the city. If you need help getting there, we can show you how. I'm not sure exactly what's going on the other side of the wall right now.
It's last I saw it was a lot of smoke. Lots of casualties. But the city stands.
And as you say your farewells to Gret and the rest of those in the Field Ward, you can easily make your way back home for the night. But while Seisha was gone, was anybody doing it?
Actually, she makes one stop
Okay.
on the way back. She goes to the Zentarum hideout where she was controlled and stabbed Voss. And finds a stone there.
That's Zentar, or that's Xanathar, and that.
Oh, Xanathar. That's right. That was the Xanathar. Yeah.
You can go there. That will be a while.
It will.
Okay.
So you'll be gone for majority of the night.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
If that is the case, in 2 hours, on the dot.
Yep.
Where would Seisha be?
In the sewers, probably.
I'm gonna cast sending. And so you get a message. Hey, we could really use you back here. Yeah, could you come back? Are you okay? Could you come back? We're back at the tavern. I'm on my way.
And she will abandon going to the hideout and just head straight back.
Okay. While Seisha is gone, is anybody doing anything?
I don't know. I think we're just spending time together.
Okay.
Yeah. Just staying close. Mostly just keeping each other company, but then also Orkira is hardcore keeping an eye on the time because she's been told to wait 2 hours and she's very literal. So yeah.
Orkira,
So you get a heads up just before she gets this. She is going to cast sending. Yeah. What?
Awkward little tidbit here. I can't recall with all the mad action we've had. Do you know about the situation that happened between Petunia and I?
Junior's been reading a book this whole time until she hears that. She kind of looks up like, is this,
I mean, we gotta pass
You
the
get
time.
a corresponding the head tilts and says, the only update I got when I got pulled through was on the basics of what happened to the city and kind of why I was here. I haven't had a chance to catch up with any of you, really. I'm sorry about that, and I keep wanting to, and then, more important things. Do I?
well, you're an important person.
Yes.
No more important than the two of you, and now I'm worried. What's?
It's not anything to worry about.
Or Kira,
We're not hurt. Oh no.
it is at this moment, because you also have godlike, literal godlike perception.
It's a 30, yeah.
You notice, and it's not something you noticed before, but as Harold is making you look for cause for concern, you're just acutely looking over your surroundings, looking back at Harold and Petunia, and at first you didn't notice it, which is weird, because you notice everything, but it's something that you never look to notice or look for. Harold doesn't have a shadow anywhere. Continue.
In this moment, there's a weird hesitation, and like a lot of the things in the last 24 to 36 hours, Orkira makes a mental note that's maybe a later conversation because something is about to be told. So what?
You all right?
Well, this seemed ominous.
It's
It's
not.
not.
I mean, it sucks, but it's not like we've come to terms with it more or less at this point, as best as we can, through means of which we're not entirely certain of how Petunia has forgotten anything that involves our relationship. So anything that's like friendly, she remembers. Anything that's more than friendly, she doesn't.
Selective amnesia is, I guess, the fun way you would call it. Not fun. It's not fun. None of it's fun.
I'm surprised you remember anything. I mean, from everything Harold's told me, there's so much. Like that was all he wanted to talk about for years. How? So you have no idea? What? How does that even happen? How do you forget a relationship but remember a person?
We had something to do with the hag that not the hag.
Oh.
So when deals were struck, I guess some.
Oh,
I don't remember. I don't remember what the terms of it were because it's included in the thing that I don't remember, and so now
We're trying to save the world, and whatever it is we have to give up to do it, we have to do it. So
Orkir's gonna walk up to you and like kneel in front of you, Petunia, and you can see she is half of this is like her wanting to be here for you, and half of her mind is racing with how to fix things because that's what she does.
I'm a helper.
Yeah. So you think you made a deal with a hag, and that you don't remember the deal?
Well, I remember pieces about it, but not. It's kind of sort of one of those things that it's context clues and then a tiny bit of memory. But it, from what I can remember and not remember, it seems like that is the easiest thing to conclude. And if I'm forgetting anything else, it hasn't come up yet.
You see she's rummaging around in her bag, but then she kind of stops as she grabs something and is holding her hand in a fist, and then but has made hardcore eye contact with you. So is this the kind of thing in where if we try to fix it, there's going to be consequences?
I don't know. I don't know. It was with Baba Yaga.
I'm sorry, who?
Like I
The
said,
biggest-
the hag.
the biggest, most powerful hag.
Oh, crap.
We just sort of, we're just playing it by ear at this point, and I don't think
Yeah.
it's worth attempting to do something that could cause more problems right now.
I haven't lost my faculties. I can still cast magic. I can put my 2 feet in front of me as best as I usually can.
I mean, you still seem to be you, which is the important bit.
I suppose.
This sucks.
It does, but I
It
tell
does.
you this so that you don't get into like an awkward situation.
Any more than this right here now? Yeah.
Well, I mean, knock all the awkward out in one fell swoop. We've had this
Yeah.
awkward conversation with literally
Several
everybody we know.
times. Several times. It must have been a.
Mhm.
It was a marathon of awkward,
Okay.
and we were the stars. But the fact of the matter is, we're cool with it now. We're making do, and we're just going to go on living our lives as best we can. You know, it's just something you should know. Just, it's something you should know. You
Yeah.
being one of my absolute closest friends.
And if I didn't know, I'd probably drop something at some point. And then there'd be surprise awkward.
Yeah, exactly. Which is the worst kind, in my opinion. I'd rather have awkward now than like, oh, surprise, awkward in the middle of a combat or something.
And who knows?
Harold kind of perks up at that, but doesn't respond. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
And it is about.
Petunia,
Continue.
I don't. Whatever you had to do, thank you.
I appreciate it.
'Cause I
Whatever
can't
it was.
imagine I can't imagine that you would have done anything if it wasn't for the best of reasons.
I like to think so.
And you watch
Well-
as she very slowly puts her hand back into her bag. And then comes back out and says, but if at any point, well, yeah. Thank you.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
I kind of want to ask what else I missed out on, but I don't know if today is.
Maybe we should wait until things are a little better, because
It's not going to get better.
Well, it can't be much worse than today right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Yeah.
So maybe tomorrow morning we can get you caught up on the shittiness we've endured, but the steps we've made in saving the planet. So in a lot of ways, all of the bad stuff is going to be outweighed by saving every life that lives here. So, good and bad.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you gotta hold on to when the bad stuff is real bad. So I
As things get closer to the end game, it's much easier to hold on to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Questions for after Seisha gets here, and that has to be the next awkward thing that happens.
Yeah. Let's make a list. And I know Devins was saying something earlier, so
That's fine.
Yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
You will have time to make that list if you so wish, because after Seisha walks through the door and meets you all, that is where we're going to take a break.
Oh. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you all so much for this exciting first half. Goblin, you're muted. Yeah, wouldn't be a remote Zoom hangout if Goblin didn't mute herself.
That was a really intense
Yeah.
moment.
If you haven't already, please enter hashtag Eldritch for your chance to win a gift card. And, remember to watch Velvet Lodge.
Yeah, Velvet Lodge.
watch it.
Yeah.
Do it. All right, we'll be back shortly.
For just a moment, you almost feel as though this incredible weight, like someone has put the entire sea on top of you. Hello, and welcome to the Velvet Lodge. Our story begins in the cold.
My name is Nicolette Veritas.
Biting and a violent cold.
Oh, hello. It's nice to meet you. My name is Melody.
You have all been invited to something only disclosed to you as an ongoing hunt.
Eliza Hill. Very nice to meet you.
A letter you received a week ago.
Nice to meet you. I'm Bodhi Pierce.
One, very cone-like in shape, falls directly over where she is sort of beginning to stand.
Oh my god.
I've got a gun and a pair of stilettos. That's the best I got.
I feel my breath.
And there's something there too. There's writing on it.
My heart, it beats.
From it lies another key.
I speak the words.
That yours?
And then repeat.
Wait. She's scared. She set these traps for a reason.
Worried about us being the new playthings for whatever this creature is.
I swore I was never gonna look at your face again.
So if he asked me, that must mean shit's really bad.
I go up to hour 6.
We don't know what we're up against. We've hunted monsters before, but this is different, and you know it. Who do you believe the easiest to manipulate? There is something waiting for you at the end of this lodge.
I am James Davey. I am the creative lead and the CEO, I suppose, of the Midnight World, and I was responsible for managing the product across the finish line. The Midnight World is what we think is a new take on the horror TTRPG genre. We love a lot of the horror games that exist today, but we specifically wanted something that felt more authentic in the way that it approached trauma and the way that trauma has a long-lasting effect on the psyche of the people who experience it. We wanted to really press that angle. We both, my brother and I, Jim, who co-developed the game with me, are combat veterans who suffer complex PTSD, and we wanted to be able to offer a tool to players and storytellers who wanted to include sort of dives into what that is like in a respectful manner. We don't want players to feel the way that their characters feel, obviously. But what we do want is for there to be some system in place that describes how it feels to be anxious. We wanted to be able to replicate the feelings of anxiety in a way that was both respectful to sufferers and also as authentic as it could be. So we started spitballing, and we came up with a bunch of different systems for how we wanted this to look. And Jim actually was the one who came up with the midnight clock. When we developed the midnight clock, that was when we realized this isn't just a fun add-on. This is a whole game, and it deserves for us to make a whole book about it. This is a game fundamentally about horror. It is a game about a group of people being placed into a situation that will likely overwhelm them, will likely overstimulate them, and at the root of it will be something that they are not prepared psychologically to handle. You know, sort of the core philosophy of this game when we were designing it is that a group of friends should be able to sit down on a Saturday night and one person should be able to say, you know, I think I want to tell a story. And the rest of those people should be able to say, you know, I think I want to play in a story. And that should be all you need. And we think that we've done a very good job of giving the director everything they need from that starting point of developing a full story with a fleshed out antagonists and those antagonists' goals and everything that they need to tell the story from there. One of the things that we've approached from our standpoint as having been longtime gamers, we hate the idea of a character that you've poured a lot of your energy and a lot of your time into, and you just have that character taken away from you because you had a few bad rolls. We despise that. What we've done instead is we allow for different options of what may happen when your character hits 0 health. And you as the player get to decide what happens from there. You may choose to just fall to the floor, and for the rest of the combat your character sits out and you go grab a drink real quick while everybody else finishes the combat, and then your character pops back up, but they have a debilitating wound that they have to learn how to live with, like their arm has been ripped off or they've been blinded, and there are rules for these things. Another option they may have is to make a deal with whatever it is that knocked them to the ground in the first place. Characters may not understand what's being asked of them, and they may decide that they want the character to die. This is a good moment for my character to die, in which case all of the characters around them enjoy a sort of heroic moment that you describe as the player of this character about how they give their lives for this cause. And then all of the characters have mechanical benefits for having experienced that. I've got to tell you guys, the Velvet Lodge is blowing me away. Above and beyond just what I think of the story, there is nothing that I can describe to you like what I've experienced tonight. I am a guy with an idea just like everybody. I am just a nerd who enjoyed this thing that I made. And I came here tonight and I watched these professional players and these amazing costumes and this set and these props that were put together. And this is the culmination of my dream. My dream, you know, on the one hand, you'd think my dream came true the first time I held the book in my hand, and to a certain extent, sure. But seeing people enjoy my game is literally a dream come true. It's above and beyond anything I could have ever hoped to experience. But then watching the story that was put together and trying really hard throughout the entire shoot not to yell out loud when certain moments happened. If you could just have had a camera back there to see how much of that night I spent like this, it was all of it. It was all of it. I have been, you know, tonight is the night where I finally feel like it's been worth it.
You've got a character, you've decided that it's finally time to get a mini of them. And the folks at Eldritch Foundry are here to help out. We open the site, and already there's an embarrassment of riches and options. So I'll go ahead and pick the horns, hair, which again, I'm spoiled for choices here. Eldritch Foundry has this nice selection of ready-made outfits if you want something quick. I kind of want to pick and choose everything myself. And finally, I land on this. Already the character feels lighter on his feet. I go to the accessories tab to add a bit more interest and show off more of the character. And let's go ahead and put a lute on his back, so it's always ready at hand for his bard spells. Adding a flintlock pistol and a rapier, I'm going to take advantage of Eldritch Foundry's facial controls to show some expression on Mal. Tweaking the mouth, jaw, eyes, brows, and even the cheekbones to generate an expression that's part smiling, part bring it on. And boom, my boy is looking damn good.
Pick up your gear and open your chests. Throw on your armor and head out on a quest. Hey, hey. It's a brand new day. On the slow coast, your allies will help with blades and bows and magic as well. Hey, hey. Heroes on their way. Fighting together against overwhelming odds. Fighting together in favor of multiple gods. Idle champions of the forgotten realms. Idle champions, adventure never ends. Idle champions, get your wallet there. Idle champions, you will say it again. Idle champions.
You love Dungeons and Dragons, the best way to hang with your friends and get your face out of a screen. Now, experience the ultimate way to play by hanging out with your friends with your face in a screen. You mean I can finally play D&D from the toilet? Asking for a friend. D&D Beyond. Explore strange new worlds and fantastical cities, thanks to a company in a really boring one. And subscribe to create unlimited characters for your adventures.
Who's with me?
With a toolset that handles all the tedious math and reference stuff for you, so that you can focus on building the Centaur Oath of the Open Sea Paladin of your dreams, and easily access reference material to double check what any of that means. Ocean-loving horseman? I'll call him Centaur. Then roll digital dice directly on your character sheet, so that your party can see how kick-ass he is. Or not. Rest in peace, Centaur. Rest in peace. You're my boy, Centaur. Well, back to the character creator. Take up the mantle of Dungeon Master to add friends to your campaign. Enable content sharing so that the entire party can access your books and content. Then, after you've noted who didn't bring snacks, unleash unspeakable terrors on them using the Encounter Builder and Combat Tracker. Owlbear? Nah. Giant Spider? Too basic. Ah, here we go. You never bring chips, huh, Dave? You get the gelatinous cube. Classic. D&D is for everyone. D&D Beyond makes it easy. Friggin' Dave, better bring snacks next time. Tell him about the good stuff too, Dave. Tater tots or his wizard rots.
And we're back. Hello, and welcome to the second half of this episode.
Yes.
Everything's happy.
Yeah, happy-go-lucky.
Absolutely.
If you're just tuning in, what you missed is Seisha went to the field ward and found out that Voss was dead.
The end.
There was a lot of that. And she spoke with some of the people she knew there after watching them give eulogies for the man that inspired them and unveiled a statue of hope for them, and then also decided to get shot. Requested
to get shot.
Requested to get shot.
Yep. Yep. I don't think that's what they mean by booster shot, but you know, Seisha got one.
Well, then they should think about the phrasing. That's not on me.
Phrasing.
Phrasing. Space phrasing?
What are we really not doing phrasing anymore?
But at the end, Harold, Orkira, and Petunia stayed in the common room as Davil had left into his magnificent mansion that resides just past Vinley's closet. And Karina and V are still having conversations about something else. Harold kind of seeing a moment to bring up another awkward situation, decided to fill Orkira in on the status of his relationship with Petunia and her memory loss of their romantic relationship, while also informing Orkira that they had made deals with the hag of all hags, grandmother Baba Yaga.
Grandmama.
Grandmama. Orkira sends a sending to Seisha to make sure that she's okay and to return home. And that is where they await her as she walks through the door, and you all can instantly see. She's
bleeding horrendously out of the side of her shoulder.
Yeah. Yes, there is a massive blood stain and probably a patched wound now that has been slightly healed over, as she also looks very emotionally distraught as the door closes behind her.
Oh my God, Seisha!
You're bleeding.
Let's fix that. You know what? This I can fix. Orkira's gonna come over and then hold out her arms as though to hug you, Seisha.
Seisha just kind of stands there and looks over at Harold.
Yeah, I found out.
And then she moves forward into Orkira's arms and just rests her head on Orkira's shoulder.
And I'll wrap you up in a very gentle hug. And through that hug, you feel warmth enter your chest and spread out as I will cast Heal. And you get 70 health back.
Oh, damn.
Because
full.
I don't play around with this. Because you know what? Can't fix any of the emotions, but I can fix that. And we'll just stay there until you give any indication that you're ready to let go, and she will.
He's been laid to rest. They are carrying on.
Yes, we all are.
She looks at Harold again and Petunia. Do you think he knew?
Knew what?
What I was planning?
No.
I'd probably not. I doubt it.
Well, then maybe he was proud of me.
I think he was.
of anyone.
Let's be real.
I just think that he never wanted to say it out loud in an effort to push you further.
Yeah.
He had his ways.
He didn't tell a lot of people about any of them, so I don't think you need to feel bad if he didn't say anything.
I would very much like to do something.
Anything in specific?
I don't know.
Okay.
I told them that when all this is over, I'll come back and help.
I think we should all go back and help. It's the only way everything's going to work out.
Not them.
What?
I am trying to reconcile all this, but I think they're going to use his death as a rallying point.
For what, though?
I mean, it's easy to know. They want a seat at the table just like everybody else does.
I don't think they just want a seat.
I don't think that they have any intentions of controlling.
I think they're going to go after magic users. Not just try to equal the balances. Something that Marrow said. Marrow?
Mellow.
I don't know what you're talking
something
about.
mellow. Black Viper. Something she said.
Wait, she's alive?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. That was also an important thing. She was fucking alive.
Okay. I mean, that's good. That's good. I just
didn't think they'd have anyone on. Oh, Istrid, probably.
I'm just surprised Voss let it happen.
It meant a lot to him. She did,
But-
I think.
Yeah. She said something about standing up, and the way she said magic users just scared me.
They're in a position. Well, they're in an area of transition right now. If ever there was a way to meet halfway, now is that time. And if ever there was somebody who could talk to them, unfortunately, I feel like it's probably me and you. And I think that whenever we all sit down to determine what's going to happen to Waterdeep and who's going to get to be in control, everybody needs a piece of the pie, including them. And I think that if we are earnest and forthcoming and make it clear that the world that Voss ran was too harsh for what Waterdeep needs right now, but that what he said in some measure had merit, we just need to not put them under anybody else.
When he told me about what he wanted to do, I didn't think he was going to actually go after magic users.
But do you really think, even with, with or without Voss, do you really think that they'd stand? How much power do they have over people who,
The entire field ward basically backs them.
But, I guess if As in, like, if they ever tried anything, they're...
That's why I got shot.
What?
Oh.
Did they attack you?
No. I asked them to shoot me.
What?
We didn't know what those guns could do, so
I've seen people get shot before.
I signed paperwork, and they shot me.
You signed paperwork? They have paperwork for that? How often are people getting shot out there?
I don't think it's that often. I think it was uniquely created.
Yeah, what's filed under for gunshots? I don't fucking know. All right.
But
a weird bit of paperwork to have.
They have an advantage with those guns.
Listen.
But that advantage could be an advantage for the entire city.
The whole purpose of what the field ward, from what I've gathered, is that they just want everybody to have a chance, right? So
I think that's what the people of the field ward want. I'm not entirely sure that's the goal of the people calling the shots.
But if people heard the way, and I don't want to be.
It's entirely possible I'm completely misreading it.
No, I'm not saying you're misreading it. I'm saying, like, if people heard the way Voss spoke with us, they probably would have assumed that we were a more extreme group than we are too. How often did he set out plans that we didn't agree with and didn't follow? You know, Voss lived a harsh life and did harsh things. The best thing about this awful situation is he will always be remembered as a hero in the city. And I don't want to ruin that by saying he was wrong, because he's right about a lot of what he's saying. It's just, we have to talk to their leadership earnestly, and I don't want to say too quickly, but we do need to talk to them soon.
My concern with what Voss was planning, he wasn't looking for equality. He wanted to shift the power.
But after seeing everything that's happened in this city, I can't imagine that the Black Viper or Mello, I can't imagine that she wants to be in the position Manchun was. I
don't think it's about wanting to be in that position. I'm afraid for the magic users. Like, genuinely afraid for people who can use magic.
I'm more afraid of for everybody. If what your fears are true, this is just another war, and whoever thinks whatever is more powerful, it doesn't matter. People are going to get hurt, and there should be a moment in where not only should everybody be worried about the actual threat, them, but this is an opportunity to rectify real wrongs. And I would be very disappointed if everybody took equality to mean everybody but certain people. But I think, Harold, you say don't bring them in too soon. I actually think that has to happen real soon, right?
I agree it has to happen real soon. I mean, like, not today.
I mean, I don't think there's much left of today. I don't think I have much left in today. But yeah, real.
Where are V and Karina?
They're having a chat.
Yeah.
Oh. Do they know?
I don't know.
How'd your thing go?
Which thing?
The Harper thing you had to go do?
Went as well as could be hoped.
Good. Well, there's some good news.
I mean, that is how I found out. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Seisha walks over and just sits down next to Harold and holds a hand out to him.
He'll take her hand, but he is struggling very hard to keep a straight face because he feels so guilty.
Well, deciding who is going to do what with an entire city is going to take a while.
And it's not just our decision.
I mean, I'm not deciding anything. I'm just talking about bringing everybody to the table to be in on the discussions, right? If sentiment in the field ward right now is everybody is equal and everyone should have a seat at the table, and then the rest of the city proves that that's what they believe too, that should hopefully veer off any bad decisions.
All I know is that Vadris Safar and Laurel Silverhand are not exactly thrilled with their positions. And I don't think either of them are seeking the seat of power again. And I can't say that for certain, but I think there's a lot of guilt. All I know is whoever's in charge next can't be masked and needs to be very upfront about everything. There needs to be far less secrets in Waterdeep than there are now, or than there were. As of now, there's about a third of Waterdeep left, and Shothragot's on her way. Speaking of which, Harold's going to reach into his bag and take out the gauntlet and set it down and go, "We never told them about the gauntlet. I didn't have time."
It's been a busy day.
I can tell them now if we want.
I mean, what are we going to tell them?
I've got the gauntlet. What do you want to do with it?
I mean, we hadn't come to a decision. While you were out, we had a couple conversations about, like, what should we do about the whole Manchun thing and how, do we take advantage of what happened and, do we tell people, do we not tell people? We didn't really come to a decision because there's a lot going on, so maybe we should wait.
The field ward knows. They know that Manchun is dead.
That got to them quick.
How did they find out?
I don't know. But it was discussed while I was out there.
We had one spy. It's not unbelievable that they may have somebody amongst us too.
I will let you know out of play. When you guys clarified what you were sending in all of your messages, you said and agreed that you started with Manchun is dead.
Okay,
and so,
you're right.
And so Istrid was told Manchun is dead.
Got it. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, well, that narrows the discussion a little bit.
True.
I think we should have the whole group before we really make a hard decision on what we're going to do with the Manchun thing. But we've got his robes. They look great on you, Petunia. And we've got his gauntlet, which put those two things together on me, and I can do whatever it is we all agree I should do. And then after that, hopefully I never have to look like Manchun again.
If maybe this is an opportunity to bring everybody together. If you bring people from the field ward and from the other places, and you plunk that gauntlet down and say, all right, Manchun's dead. What do we all do next? And kind of talk it over together. That might help.
I think it's a great idea. It shows that we take everybody's opinion seriously, and it shows that we want everybody to be in the decision-making process. And they're, of course, going to be thrilled about the idea of a very powerful magic user turning on people. So
also they're going to need to know, because one of the reasons we were trying to keep it secret is to avoid the people who are following Manchun from going off and doing ridiculous things. And now if they're going to go off and do ridiculous things, the field ward should be aware.
Should we maybe go patrol the sewers and intercept any ne'er-do-wells heading to the field ward?
Or here takes a look around at the four of us and goes, not us, not tonight.
And, seeing what they did to you, I don't think the field ward has anything to be worried about right now.
Apparently.
As long as they've got those, what do they call them, Warforged there, I mean...
Oh, I talked to Reddard.
Yeah, how's he doing?
He's not okay. He said he feels responsible for not being able to save us.
I think we all sort of feel that way.
Voss was important to him.
He was important to all of us. It's he was a complicated guy.
He was a monster.
I think there were parts of him that were good. They just got buried, and sometimes when you go through adventuring, as broad of a term as I've learned that is, it pushes you into being a person you never imagined yourself being. You know, when you met me, I was some slimy, lying con man.
You weren't slimy.
I was slimy.
You weren't slimy.
You were pretty clean, actually.
Well, yeah, but I lied to people a lot. I was slimy.
Oh, the Herald.
What?
Am I in trouble? What'd I do?
No, Grecht's bathroom is called the Herald, and it is gorgeous.
Rex named a bathroom after you?
Oh no, I thought I dealt with that years ago. People are still calling bathrooms Heralds in Waterdeep.
Yeah, it was a really nice one.
It doesn't matter. That was it was a long bit that went a little too far, and I thought I squashed that. I had this guy named John. He was all lined up, and they were going to start calling them Johns, and then next thing you know...
I've only heard them called Johns when they're disgustingly dirty.
I mean...
Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's what they refer to disgustingly dirty bathrooms as Johns, and then they call really nice, pristine bathrooms Heralds. I just don't... I don't need myself referred to as a toilet anymore. I went through college.
It was a compliment, I would say, to be
My
compared
education
to
was
this
that
bathroom.
wild.
Oh, my education was a lot less education and a lot more wild. But I did learn the most important thing I've ever learned in college, which is there is no such thing as a bad bit.
Well, then you should be proud of now being the Herald of Heralds.
Oh, I thought I squashed this.
But there's no stopping a bit either, I guess.
No, that's the truth. That's rule 2 of the bits. There's no stopping them once they've started. Anyway, I completely forgot my train of thought because the horror realization of realizing people still call bathrooms Heralds and Waterdeep is... even though there's not a lot of Waterdeep left, boy, there's sure plenty of Heralds. Anyway.
That means when they rebuild, they can make them all real nice, and then all of them will be Heralds.
I mean, when things are at their darkest, comfortable traditions bring the most hope.
Comfortable
Well
for everybody
said.
else.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make, which is going to feel silly to say out loud now, which is that Voss was a complicated guy. I'm sorry. This is more Ethan than Harold, but I'll let Harold laugh too. Voss was a complicated guy, and I think that when adventuring pushes you in a direction, it pushes hard, and maybe when he was uncomfortable, he was pushed back into a place he understood. But I believe in my heart that he was Voss and not anybody he used to be. And I believe even if adventuring has pushed me in a different direction than him, there was still the point in that fork that we could still meet at. And maybe I believed too much that I could convince him to stray the path he was on. And maybe I just like to believe that there was something I could have said, but he was pushed so far.
Probably said everything you could.
I yelled at him, I cried with him, I shoved him, I did everything I could possibly think of for a very long time. The fact is, he chose the path he chose, and in a lot of ways, he did a great amount of good being on this path that was very complicated. And at least the one thing we know for sure is his memory will be a positive thing in Waterdeep. Whether or not people know the exact truth, at least he's...
People never know the whole truth. They don't, and a lot of times that's a good thing, because there are a lot of people who they do all the wrong things for the right reasons. The ends justify the means, kind of thing. And you know what? If they get the means they want, then sometimes all that matters is that things are better, even if the cost was real high. So, yeah.
Seisha reaches into her backpack and pulls out a small book and tosses it onto the table. I took the liberty of writing his story.
Gotta be a lot of book in that book.
Yeah.
You're not, did you refer to him by his old name at any point?
Yeah. Just because, and I recognize the irony of me being the one to say this, just because you have noble intentions doesn't negate the bad things you've done.
Agreed.
And I think if people want to remember him, it's important that they remember everything. Almost everything.
I just think if you're planning on publishing this, you should wait.
Let's save the world first before you tell the world everything.
It won't be published. It's just going to be on the bookshelf at the library.
Petunia will go over and hug Seisha.
And she just hugs Petunia back and just curls up into her. It was what I could do.
I can't wait to read it. It means a lot.
I'm so angry.
Why?
Because he could have. There are so many amazing things he could have done if he would have just fucking listened.
But if he'd listened, would it really have been him?
Well, I would say yes.
He just wrapped himself in his pain.
We all do to an extent.
Ao knows I have.
Yeah. Done the same.
This business will destroy everything about who you are and rebuild it. We've all experienced it. Every single one of us. And at least Voss went out doing what he felt was best. And that's all any of us can hope for. You know, we're trying to save the world, and he was trying to save the city the best way he knew how, which wasn't entirely right, but he was trying.
Well, if things go well, I think what he wanted and what we want can be the same thing, right? What better legacy than everybody being equal in the city in a way that is safe and fair for everybody?
Yeah. The ideal, right?
There are going to be people who are going to have their own individual biases and thoughts and are going to feel ways about people no matter what. But if overall it's better and nobody feels like they've been excluded, it's got to be a good path. And maybe tomorrow that's one that we can help with before we do whatever it is we're doing after that, because I didn't get all the details, but I thought I remembered that the reason we did this, and she'll point at the gauntlet, was because we needed to, in order to talk to that Warforged who could help with the thing. Nim, thank you, yeah.
That's going to be a big problem.
Why?
I feel like our only in to talk to Nim is gone.
No, I think if Istrid was there, wasn't she?
She was.
So was, why can I not remember her name?
Milla?
Because it's been an emotional day.
Milla was there too.
Then I guess
Recht was there too. All of them know what was agreed to.
We just gotta hope that they'll hold up their end, which up to now they always have.
I think they will.
I just think the one thing I want to make clear, none of us have any intentions on hurting any of those people anymore, right?
You mean those people being who?
The field ward leadership. At this point, blood's been shed. People were lost on both sides. I know Istrid turned on you. I don't think revenge is going to get us what we want.
Say that depends on what they do next.
I mean,
Not
obviously.
necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, like if they fuck around, they find out.
Yes.
But
that's a good way of putting it, I guess.
I
not
promise
to be.
I won't sneak away in the dead of night to murder them.
Thank you.
That's oddly specific. But I appreciate that. I just think that at this point, we have done enough to hurt. And now we need to heal. Whatever that takes, whatever compromises we have to make, people are going to have to compromise on both sides to get to a place where everybody wants to be. And we're just going to have to show them that's the only way forward. I want that. This is my home. I've lived here my whole damn life, and I don't like looking at the way the city is now. But I do like looking at the people, knowing how many times the city has been through this and seeing it myself, these people hardening up and going out there and doing whatever they have to do. I mean, even the people in the Zentarum agents, they weren't bad people. Not the ones we ran across inside the building. They deserve a second chance just like anybody else does. And if there's one thing I've learned the most from adventuring, it's that everybody deserves a second chance. So That's my feelings.
You can do a lot with a second chance.
Okay, so tomorrow we get a bunch of people in a room and put the gauntlet in front of them and say, "Hey, make the world a better place." And then we go talk to Nim.
We go talk to Nim, and then we head to the Sea of Fallen Stars. Or we do it the other way around so that we're here by the time Shothragot gets back.
I think.
So does timing matter at that point?
Yes. Because if they're facing Shothragot without us in the city and they're down Voss, Vajra is in the state she is, Manshun's gone, there's no powerful people. There's no team of people.
We really are the only people that can stop Shothragot, aren't we? We're gonna need that gauntlet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Harold, I don't think you're going to be free of it.
That's okay. If it does all the things that Petunia said it did, it's actually pretty fucking cool, and I look good in silver. So that's my feelings on it. I'm not going to say that I should be the one to wear it, but damn, it'd make my Eldritch Blast hurt more. Damn! Okay, that's throwing that out there.
And if Petunia said it does that, then I trust that it does that. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing you told Davil.
Yeah. I figured with you having the most connection to Voss out of all of us.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh. You want a drink?
Yeah.
Always.
Let's go get a drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do what we always do when the terrible shit happens.
Get drunk.
Oh man, healthy coping mechanisms and the other list of.
Listen, I haven't gotten around to telling my therapist about that yet. Okay.
Listen,
Look, the city is in ruins. We might as well get ruined.
what happens in the spirits of Troll Skull stays in the spirits of Troll Skull.
Petunia, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was very
Sorry,
good.
Harold, but that was really good.
Easy enough. You guys can get plastered.
Before when we go on down to get alcohol, Orkira is going to. I'm assuming still Leaf behind the bar.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Okay. All right. Hey, Leaf. Do you have something called Wild Willie's whiskey? It's an odd brand. I know. I'm just curious. I know stuff around here is hard to get.
You hear a shuffle of a couple of bottles. You see the floor open up. You hear clink, 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 clink.
Wait, what does that door go to?
It's a cellar.
That you always use.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I was trying to play like Leaf has
stash.
his own special.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a ghost. Can't he just like go through the floor if he needs to?
You see that a lot of this is kind of performative. And even the
Just need to get the
steps.
bottle up though.
Even the steps on the wood leading down the stairs, he's able to interact with objects, but doing so it requires force because he does not have to. But yeah, he's very
I'll
much
follow him downstairs.
pop, and you see him go through. I don't believe is this from this world? Have you left this here before?
No, this is Orkira just came from a multi-dimensional adventure in where that was the one of the few things that was the same everywhere was this one brand of whiskey called Wild Willie's whiskey, and so we were collecting it as we went.
That's hilarious.
So it's totally up to you.
You know what? Roll a d100, and we'll say 30% chance that it's there.
All right, so 1 through 30 is it's there.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see what happens.
Be cool.
That's a 99.
Yeah.
It's possible that it's here in this world somewhere, and it's just not here, and that's fine. I'll take any whiskey you got.
Yeah. Comes up with an assortment of whiskeys. None of them are Willie's.
It's okay.
Not even Wild Willie's.
Yeah.
No, Wild Willie's was
Willie.
Listen, it wasn't even an amazing whiskey. I just found it everywhere I went. So,
There's one that you saw that starts with a WILL and it just says regular Williams.
Regular Williams liqueur.
Classic William.
I want that one. I mean, if it's not super expensive or anything, I'll take that one.
Oh man.
Regular Williams.
I could use some regular about now.
And then there's of course
Williams.
basic bills.
Basic bills.
Oh, so good.
Regular Williams,
That's
guaranteed to
gin.
send you straight to the Herald.
You know what? That's the
gin.
entire assortment. He's got a basic Bills. He's got a regular Williams. He's got a calm Billy. But anyways, you can all drink. You can be rest assured that Karina and V are around. They do make their way back to their beds for the night.
Guys,
Yeah.
we should totally go do something.
Yeah.
Could you be more
Yes.
specific?
Like what?
Ike. Well, we can't do arson.
No, we definitely cannot. do
Immediately,
arson.
Orkira lights up her hand and then snuffs it out.
We can't do arson.
At this mention, all of your drinks are scooted away from you.
I said we couldn't do it. Clearly, I still have good judgment.
And it says
For my
on the
drink.
board, it is my responsibility to tell you that you've had enough.
Wait.
You're a good person, and I appreciate that.
What if we played that dartboard that we've never played here before?
We have a dartboard?
Yeah, we have a dartboard. It's in the back right over there. I hung it up as a joke, and then people actually started playing when they brought their own darts.
I mean, you hung up a dartboard. That's inviting darts.
Do we have
I
them?
think in my current state of mind, there is zero chance any of you could possibly beat me.
I pull out my heavy crossbow and shoot the dartboard.
Oh my god!
Good funk.
I was about to say I don't think I'm as drunk as everyone else.
Stout halfling. Stout.
And if you recall, the dartboard, I believe, is an upside turned table that Tommy did when he visited the town.
Yes.
Oh, got it. That's right. Okay.
Wait.
Bang!
What? Oh, shit, you win.
I'll beat that.
Oh, I can't.
You have to try.
Leaf will kick my ass, and I won't see which way the ass kicking's coming.
Oh, I got it. I can do a dramatic reading. And I pull a book out of my pouch called Tusk Love, Volume 1.
No Tusk Love.
Orkira
Tusk
immediately
Love.
sits down, crisscross applesauce, like a small child.
If anybody who is of the slightest non into that proclivities hears even 2 sentences of that book, man, they will explode.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't do it where there are youngins about.
Petunia, has anybody told you those robes look really good on you?
They do look really good on you.
Hey, easy. You wingman. Don't. You're wingman. I'm hitting on her. They look so good on you. Damn. Normally this would be the part where I say they look even better on my floor, but that's old Harold.
Harold!
That's old Harold. This is current Harold. But they would though. So.
I mean, if current Harold is talking about what former Harold would say, isn't that just you saying what current Harold would say?
You lost me because I wasn't listening for the first sentence.
That's okay. I wasn't listening for the second sentence.
That's. Oh, Kira, I'm so glad you're back. This makes me think of the old days in the bag.
Which are certainly fonder to remember now that we're not there.
I know, right? What is it? What are we doing?
We gotta get paper
Okay.
and something to write with. And then
I've
everybody's gotta ditch anything jingly. You can't jingle.
He looks at himself and looks back up at her. We'll be here all night.
You can't jingle.
What are we doing with jingly stuff?
We are going to reshape Waterdeep, starting with Troll Skull Alley.
Reshape.
I thought you said no arson.
Do you want to make a new map, Seisha?
No. I want to make signs that say John and sneak into every house on Troll Skull Alley and hang them on the bathroom doors.
I don't know that after there was an enormous war in the middle of the town that we should be breaking into bathrooms, putting signs up.
Seisha, what did you drink? Let me see that.
Oh, I put this in it too.
The piss of a pixie.
I've never tried that.
It just says
Oh, that's real good. If we could ever get that's
Everclear.
Pixie piss. I love it.
I'm too stout to
Not sponsored.
fall back.
Wait, listen, Petunia.
Should I, or should I
Probably.
wait? Should you sober up before I listen?
Yes, you're right on the second part. How about this? How about we do something really simple? Something really simple, right?
Yeah.
Truth or dare.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
No, nothing bad ever came from a game of truth or dare. Only the greatest memories of my college career. So, I
What
will
is
go
truth or
for-
dare?
Oh my God! Yes, this is the single greatest moment of my entire life. Or Kira, you know how to play, right?
You very clearly watch as she is looking horrified until you say, "This is the single greatest moment of my life," and then with the worst deception ever goes, "Yeah, I know how to play. This sounds like a lot of fun. Sure."
All right, perfect. Here we go.
Seisha still pulls out a pack of paper and sets it down and pulls out a quill and ink and starts writing John on pages and just setting them to the side.
Well, I guess if a little truth or dare is going to keep her from breaking into houses. Okay, sure. What are we doing?
Now,
Who's
is
going
this
first?
the kind of truth or dare where we have the circle of truth or no circle of truth?
No circle of truth.
No,
I
we're
don't
not.
have it.
Okay.
I always do, but I'm not. I don't have
people
it.
get-
No, absolutely, I don't have
people
it
get-
prepared.
People get weirded out when you see the circle. It's for fun. It's not meant to be. And to make it even more interesting, and you can opt out for neither, but you have to drink.
Okay.
Oh, that's the okay. All right.
So
I was
here's-
expecting more to that, but you know what? That's fine. Yeah.
Here's how it works,
Seems
okay,
safe.
Seisha? Here's how it works. I'll go first, and you decide whether I must truth or dare. If I truth, I have to tell the truth. If you dare me to do something, I have to do that. And then we just go around with each of us and do that once.
Okay, so I pick if you do a truth or a dare.
Wait, I think actually I pick it.
That makes more sense.
You ask me truth or dare, and then I pick which one I want.
Okay.
So ask me.
Petunia, real quick. Have you met Harold?
Truth?
Oh my God! I'm sorry. This is all Ethan. We're not getting along. Stare. Truth.
Oh, it's this version. Okay, I like this a lot more.
Oh my God! God, Ray, that was such perfect comedic timing.
That was amazing.
Oh my god! Just Petunia staring dead-eyed and just truth. Okay.
I don't think that's how we're supposed to play.
No.
I was wingmanning.
Oh, 10 out of 10. Great wingman. How about then why don't we
Harold, truth or dare?
Dare.
I dare you to. No, Leaf will kill us if we do that.
Nothing that gets me killed. That's a no.
No awkward, no killing.
I dare you to make up a scandalous story about Manchun and a sea cucumber.
I need not do any such making up, for that story is very true. Manchun was known for being a very staunch and stable and serious individual, but little did people understand his after night activities. You see, Manchun was, let's just say, a little zesty when the evening hours hit. He was always looking for the next big thrill. You could catch him at the brothel in a self-disguised spell.
Wait, which one? Because there's a couple.
He has so many clones. You could find him in all of them. The question was whether you were making out with Snow or making out with the man himself.
Do you think
the only way you
cold?
The only way you could tell was the cold touch of his metal glove squeezing your butt. And that's the only way you were able to tell the difference.
Or Kara's going to take a quick look around to make sure there's no children about. Pull herself away from the story for a moment and be like, oh.
It's late. And it was during these many activities that one day he had seen every brothel so many times that he decided he was going to try something new and try to woo the merfolk out in the water. And so he jumped in, doubting and not understanding the weight of his big metal glove, and began to sink to the bottom. And I know where you think that sea cucumber is going. And yes, that's exactly where it went when he landed heavily at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, because he wears robes.
And it was only then
that he was
able to cast a spell to raise himself out of the water. And some say that cucumber remained in that place to the day he died.
That would explain so much stuff.
And that's why Manchun was such a jerk.
I mean, you were the one that was alive when he died, so I trust you to know.
All right, well, that was my turn. Now I'm going to look at Petunia. Truth or dare?
I don't know how I could follow that dare up, so truth.
Yeah, wise choice.
Tell me your true feelings of that place that rejected you from your when you first applied there. What was it? Bimbridge Scholars? What was it?
Candlekeep?
Yeah! Tell us your true, unadulterated feelings about Candlekeep.
Did you go to Candlekeep?
No, I didn't. I wanted to, but now I don't want to. I don't even want to. No, I didn't.
We could go to Candlekeep.
Yeah, I've been there. They
might let me in now. Now that that I've got a few titles under my belt, I guess.
But tell us your true feelings.
You're You're saving the world? I feel like the least they can do is let you in the door.
But I wanted to learn there, and they didn't.
She wouldn't go there if they offered her now. If they gave her like 1 million gold, she would say no. You have no idea. You're downplaying it. I know you're angry. Let us hear it. Get it out there. Bust it out. I want to hear Rage Petunia talk about all the things that suck about Candlekeep.
Should we burn it? Arson?
No arson.
It's too wonderful. I wanted to go there so bad.
They've also got wards there that stop all kinds of stuff like fire, so it would be real hard.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be.
Hey, remember
nice to
the torch
in
in the font?
We can't do that again.
Petunia, the next chance that you get, you should go, because the best revenge is getting to do the thing that everybody says you can't do.
True.
Candlekeep is beneath Petunia Potts. She is well above and beyond. She's a walking Candlekeep, and she's also got really pretty eyes and great glasses. Okay, it's your turn to ask somebody.
All right. Orkira?
Hi.
Dare.
The truth, I'm not daring anything.
Okay. I will say you guys can continue this.
Yep.
But the night goes on. Eventually, you all probably pass out in the tavern.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I've got lesser restoration.
Okay.
That just before passing out. Actually, this is what I'm going to say. As Seisha, Harold, and Petunia start to pass out, lesser restoration for all of us, because nobody's having, we got to deal with a lot tomorrow. Hangovers are not one of the things we got to deal with tomorrow. And then Orkira is going to go curl up in front of the healing fire, which I think is just on all the time, right? That fireplace? You are muted, but I see the nodding. Yeah. Yeah, she'll go curl up in front of that fire but she'll just kind of lay there looking at it for a very long time before finally you hear snores.
Yep, I'll fall asleep downstairs too. Screw it.
Sure, we all do.
Yeah.
I probably accidentally fall asleep, like drunkenly snuggling like Harold's leg or something.
I'm cool with that. Harold is cool with this.
Seisha goes outside to the bench in the courtyard and lays down on it and just watches the night sky till she passes out.
Okay. The next morning, Seisha, I will let you know this. It is the beginning of winter. Yeah. So you wake up and you are frigidly cold.
Oh, this was a bad idea.
Yes, cold.
Yeah, extreme. Not cold enough to cause exhaustion, but definitely cold enough to wake up and realize that, oh, this is not the summer anymore.
Just like being home. Awesome.
Orkira, you are woken up by Flinrick and Kara as they come in to start prepping the tavern as you fell asleep on the bench in front of the tavern, or in front of the fire at the tavern.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's so good to have you back there, Orkira. I hadn't seen you in a while. It's been so long. Perhaps you would like a cup of coffee or something.
yes.
Anything
Anything hot that you got would be great. Thank you.
I got you right here.
Oh,
It's so good to have you back here in the old alley.
I'm glad to be back. Hopefully I can help as much as I can. I think there's been a lot that's happened recently. How are you doing?
I'm doing as well as expected. The whole fam's here in the alley now, and we're just, bundling up and trying to stay warm. It's getting chilly in the wintertime. It is here.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. I arrived just in time for winter. Yay.
Carl will speak out and be like, and we're not trying to get you to move out of the way. We just want to wake you up so that, you're not sleeping around a bunch of people making a bunch of noise in the morning.
I appreciate that, but no, I think it's time that I get up because I shouldn't be just sleeping in front of the fire all the time. And she'll get up and wander over to wherever Harold and Petunia are cuddling.
Yeah, Harold's going to kind of stir. Is Petunia moved at all? Is she still?
You'll probably wake up first. Let's be
Okay.
real. She's probably like.
Harold's going to kind of blink awake. He's going to look around. He's like, it's warmer than I remember. And he looks down and there's Petunia. Oh, Petunia.
Oh.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That's I said a lot of things last night.
I don't remember.
Great. I mean, there's no real way to play that off now, is there?
Suddenly Orkira is there. Would you like to remember?
Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. It's okay.
If it makes you feel any better, you didn't say anything that was bad, but we're definitely going to go have a talk with a bunch of people at Candlekeep.
I think you said you liked my robes. That's all I remember.
I do.
Oh, yeah, your robes are awesome.
They're great.
Does anyone know why I fell asleep with the book of matches in my hand?
Yes.
I just pluck the matches out of your hand. Nope. And I will hand them over to Orkira.
Thank you.
Okay.
We should.
It is cold out there.
You said that's.
Maybe we should talk to the field ward.
Are we doing future talk, or are we doing Nim talk first, or something else?
I think we should do.
V. Or actually taking V.
Maybe we just. Maybe we do the. Well, no, I don't know. I feel like Karina would want to talk to Nim.
Yeah.
I mean, we could at least start the conversation, especially since it sounds like what we're asking him to do is really, really dangerous. And so giving him time to maybe, like, come up with an alternative. I mean, maybe there's something that I can help with.
Yeah, we don't have to, like, actually do it. We could just have a conversation.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea.
We're going to the field ward.
Okay.
Is that where Nim is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe I can see this herald we're all talking about. I mean, bathroom.
I mean, yes.
And without any wasting of time, you can find yourself in the field ward. If you want to stay hidden from the upper side of Waterdeep, knowing that they still believe that they follow Manchun, you can go through the sewers, or if you want to sneak through the main gate, you are let in. So just tell me which way you would like to enter.
Sewers is a quick, clean route. We might run into stuff on the surface street.
It's the first thing. It's not the second thing.
It's not clean. It's no. But you're right about everything else.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go to the sewers.
Thank you,
Why I said
Petunia.
clean.
I'm just going to thank you in advance for all the prestidigitation, because you know I'm going to ask.
It is a new day. If you need to do any
raise
divination
favorite.
stuff.
Yep. Roll the importance.
And hit long rests. Change spells if you need to.
Yeah. It's important to roll your die.
But anyways, you will follow Seisha to the same place that she entered up through last time, and it's this time that you peek out, and the streets are alive again,
hustling and bustling.
Yep, people back into the way. It is a very strong workforce mentality here. Everybody does their part. Everybody, even if it's minor, everybody seems to be working. Whether it is teaching, which is something you guys have established in the ward, or if it is what the guilds have become, which is a lot of the blue collar laborers.
Yeah, and I'll say, or Kira, for the first time being in the field ward since its change over, it's very industrial. So lots of smoke, lots of that oil and just smoke smell.
Turn of the century.
Yep. And it is very loud.
I mean, it's not pleasant, but I'm used to it. It's been a while since I've been on Eberron, though.
Ever what?
Never mind.
Okay.
But as you all come out, you are pretty quickly approached by 3 automaton as they come up and go, "What is your purpose for sneaking into the field ward?"
We're not sneaking.
You came up through the manhole cover. That is
Yeah, because it's safe to go through the sewers.
Also, if This is safer for both parties. The people on the other side, and then you guys. We're just trying to be as subtle as we can when we come and go.
Looking
I
for
don't.
Black Viper.
What is your purpose with the Black Viper?
We've been in kind of talks regarding the stuff that's been going down in the city.
Follow us. And they motion to others, and very much like the first time you were walked through the field ward, this is you are being escorted to a building you don't really recognize. It doesn't seem any more descript. It doesn't seem like a leader's position. For those that have met with Voss or the other Doom Raiders, not Doom Raiders, Field Ward people, this just looks like another regular home that they probably use as one of their meeting places so that they don't have one location. Please wait outside. And that one will disappear inside, and after a couple of minutes, Mello walks out the front door.
Sorry about that. Not everybody is familiar with who you are. Please come inside.
Thank you. We will.
And
I'm glad you're feeling better.
You can see, as someone that has, resurrected many people many times, there's heavy bags underneath her eyes, but her eyes are wide and fearless, focused. But you can still see that fatigue of being brought back from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
And you walk in, and you can see. This would be the first time you've seen him in this way, but an automaton that has a very strange color distortion over one of his ocular receptors. And you all recognize Reddard in the automaton state. There is Istrid. And that's it.
Hi. Been a while. I'll say that to Istrid since I kind of know her.
Yeah, you'll see, like, as Mello the Black Viper is just, like, rubbing her eyes. Obviously, that just now, kind of behind closed doors, is just tired.
Mm-hmm.
That resurrected fatigue. And then Istrid will kind of look at you. Like I said when you sent me the sending, good to see you back. Came back at a real shit time.
Came back is not as accurate, but I'm glad to be here to help as much as I can.
All right.
I just wanted to say how sorry we are about the news.
Yeah, it sucks. But it is what it is, and we're going to keep moving forward one step at a time and continue with the momentum that we have. Because there are a lot of people who are a lot better now, and we're not going to stop that.
I agree. I think everybody feels the same way. So, I guess I'll go ahead and get things started. Obviously, things are handled, but that's just step one. It goes without saying that at this point, everybody's, now that the biggest threat is gone in the wizard, the next steps are the ones I think people are most tentative about. And to be perfectly honest, we're kind of discussing them with you first. We've had minor talks on the other side of the wall, but they were more about planning what to do because the wizard being gone is mostly secret. So we're planning how to have him have an inglorious exit in order to open the seats, so to speak, for
It's
new leadership.
within the walls of Waterdeep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not secret here.
No.
Just so you know.
That's fine. How you guys handle your things is totally fine. For the inside of the walls, it's important that we have him leave in such a way as to lessen his influence. We don't want any sympathizers waiting in the wings for their opportunity to strike. We're going to do something that's going to be that's going to present him in such a negative light that there is no chance of him having supporters, or the few that are left are only the staunchest.
Who are you looking at to take the position of Open Lord?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think the whole system sucks. I think the way things used to look is not the way things are going to look. And in my mind, anyone who is in a position of power should be open and accept the risk of that power. That's my take on it. I'm welcome to let the others speak as well, but my feelings are it's clear having a central power point like that can create the situation that we've just experienced. It is my personal opinion that a council with equal footing would make a much more logical decision. After all, I think that's what you guys have always wanted, is equality. And I think that having people from different walks of life in different positions, and not necessarily just be there because you're the best caster or the best speaker. You know, some of the smartest people I ever met were the janitors at my old college. I think that... Oh, go ahead.
Who is to stop the nobles returning to lobby for their interest to pay off any council to instill aspects of the city in their favor, thus corrupting that form of government, and we're back where we started?
Checks and balances? Accountability?
What was your idea for the future?
We know it didn't include magic. For some reason.
It is something we are still deliberating.
I'm
Mages hold more power than anyone in this world. Even us without our firepower. With our firepower, not without.
Listen, I'm not from around here, but I've been to a lot of places with a lot of ideas about how to govern. There's no one way that's foolproof, because people are fallible. And I think if you go into it with that in mind, and just try to make something that is the fairest for everybody, it's the best you can ask for. But there's not I've never seen, in all of the places I've ever been, and I've been a lot of places, nothing ever works perfectly.
If you say that you are here to help bridge the gap peacefully, we will not be pushed back into the gutters. I have sat on both sides of this fence. I'm a Rosnar, if by name and nothing else, even though I cannot stand that name and what that family stood for. But I've seen nobility at its finest. And these people, for the first time in their lives, don't feel like trash. They have hope.
Then why shouldn't somebody like you sit on the council? That seems to me the most logical explanation. You can't be bought. You can't be tricked.
And I aim to. If a council is the way that the city goes, the field ward is now a part of this city. And if wards are what is rebuilt, then we will be a ward and not just a name.
You know, we've been supporters of the field ward since all of us started running together, right? Did Voss not mention that?
You have, but the nobles were not.
Agreed.
Nobles.
It took you calling in a favor for us to even be considered part of the city where we belong.
And I understand that, but that the city that existed then, the city that exists now, are vitally different things. And we have an opportunity here to shape it more than we've ever had in the history of the city. Anytime something like this happens, where a lot of the city gets destroyed, people step up and make changes. This is your opportunity to see some of the changes you want. This is also the opportunity for us to see some of the changes we want. And everybody's going to have different ideas of what those changes are.
And I know
think
that.
you,
like I said, I have walked both paths. I understand that. I want peace. I don't want war. I don't want any more blood. Gods know that enough blood, sweat, and tears have been felt on both sides.
Well, then you're speaking our language, because that's all we want to.
and I can say from experience that Laurel Silverhand, Vajra Safar feel the same way. So we are all at least coming to the table with the same idea. The question is, what compromises are going to have to be made on every side to make this as even keel as we possibly can? And that's where we're going to run into trouble. And I think debate is good. I don't think that this should be we're probably all going to stand around and argue some, and that's fine. That's how any good idea comes around. So, I don't know much else to say than I appreciate how you understand better than most what the situation is, and how all we want is to make the place that we've always imagined Waterdeep is.
We just want we want to make sure the city's future power structure does not enslave or impoverish. We will not allow it. That I can guarantee.
Either.
I know, and I believe that. I truly do.
So let's take, the question now is who all would want to step up. I know you, obviously. I don't know how Laurel or Vajra feel, and we don't have our full number with us in an effort to be able to say with any sort of authority how the rest of us feel. I don't want to speak for Karina or V. That having been said, I'm sure Istrid agrees with you. I don't know that this is really what I think. Grecht is more interested in keeping the peace than he is in politics.
Aye, that green shit stain doesn't want nothing but, to fucking shoot people in the face. But...
Or the shoulder.
Harold just clears his throat awkwardly, just kind of like glances at your shoulder and just...
Ishridal just kind of is like, all I know is that what we hold is commerce and Frankly, I just think whatever we need to do needs to bring in the most money.
Well, having everybody on equal footing brings in the most money.
What were you saying, Petunia?
I was saying how simplistic.
You see Istrid just kind of smiles at it.
Istrid doesn't have the most complex motivations.
And you can kind of see, well, there's multiple reasons why Mello was put in position. And probably pick up that Istrid didn't want that position. It takes focus away from what she truly goes after.
There is another thing we need to discuss, and we can't act on it now, because we will need our full number in order to do that. However, I think you guys recall that we had made a deal with
And we will
Voss.
hold it. You wish to speak to Nim.
Yes. And
I assure you that whatever his decision is, we will stand beside it, but it will be his decision.
We won't force him to make any decision.
And if he does not want to do the thing that you need him to do, we will not allow you to take him.
I understand. My hope is that there would be some sort of way at the end of all this we could restore Nin. But I can't promise that. I honestly think it's a long shot at best. And if he says no, then we will have to figure out something. But if he does say no, just because I feel it's important you realize, if he says no, that means we are all going to die. And I believe that people should have their own choice. But I don't know what we will do if he says no. We will find another way, but recognize that that dooms everybody.
And you see, just with your passive insights, understanding in what you're saying, but not.
Yeah, there's no
Understanding,
change.
but
Yeah,
not
no
acceptance.
change. Their deal is everyone, as you said, everyone has their own personal choice, and they will not force a choice.
Well, whenever you have your entire party to have that conversation, we will take you there. And you can discuss with him and the other one. She kind of sighs.
The other
one?
Yeah, his
Twiggy, I believe
creator.
is his name.
Oh, the other one who became a Warforged. Okay.
Yeah, Twiggy.
First.
Thank you. I couldn't remember his name.
He just doesn't. Israel, he just doesn't fucking stop talking.
Does not.
Yeah, but it's sort of the charm, right? Like, not that I know anybody who never stops talking. I mean, frankly, it's a foreign concept to me.
But you at least take a fucking breath in between your sentences.
That's true.
Oh, he doesn't have to breathe, does he?
Gods, no.
Anyway, yeah, we would be very grateful for the opportunity, and I know that all of us will respect Nim's decision one way or the other. I saw the statue on the way in.
Did you
Looks
read?
good.
Did you see the plaque?
I was gonna see it on the way out.
We were being escorted, so we didn't really get a chance.
Yeah. And just so there's clarification, it is not carved in Voss's likeness. It is
Right.
carved. Yeah, it is carved in a way
Figured.
that it could be anyone.
Yep. It is a mundane
faceless.
Yeah, I was about to say you said it was faceless.
Which is ironically kind of how Voss characterizes himself as, you know, the dude that looks like anyone, but you know, it's fine.
It's
fine.
There would be soft divots where, and like a brow line and soft divots where the eyes would be, a bump for the nose, but no mouth features. It's just enough to give
a mannequin.
Give the
That,
impression of a face.
Yeah, but she'll say that it says, "Herein, through blood and sweat, we forge our own destiny. Herein, our humanity is not for sale." And with that, I'm glad that we can come to an understanding of what we both wish to the future to be. We are glad that you see our side, and I can say we are not looking to rid the world of mages.
I want to insight that.
I do too.
Okay.
That is the one thing that Orkira is a little nervous about.
We know we
Yeah,
would...
no kidding.
Yeah.
She continues.
Yeah. We know we would lose, but know that no mage will hold power over anyone. Our aim is not to rid the world of magic, but to give the common man equal power to hold their own against those that wield the power to literally change reality itself.
And what were your insights?
27.
Okay.
I'm good at this or something.
I Venlied you.
You two.
No, hey, listen, as long as someone
we had
gets
this
the
running thing early on where she was always rolling one more than me.
Oh yeah,
it became this running joke.
What?
I mean, Orkira does it so infrequently, but still.
What you get is there is a disdain for magic. There might even be a disdain for mages, as many of you know. The world kind of views mages as having too much power, just naturally. That is an understood statement. Her words are more so the protection of her people than her own personal feelings. You're not getting that she wants to wage war, but the line that she said, "We know we would lose," holds more weight on her thought process than her hatred.
Okay.
But her saying we don't want to get rid of mages is at least a general true statement, even if it's personally.
Yes. It's a general, because there are some now in the field ward that Vinley has gifted with the weave.
Or knowledge of how to manipulate the weave.
Yeah.
So it's not all mages, but there is a hatred of people that have the power to change reality.
I mean, that's enough for Orkira, because all she really cares about is it is that people are gonna have their own biases, like she said. So.
And with her words ending on with those that can change reality, reality itself seems to change. The earth shakes, and gravity releases its hold as things begin to float gently aloft in the air. You all, for a second, raise your toes, your feet no longer grazing the ground, as a warbling effect radiates out with the violent sound waves that are just radiating through the city. You can tell it is coming from the south side of where you are, so further into the heart of Waterdeep.
Is she back?
I'm gonna get up and what? And I'm gonna scramble outside. And if I gotta jump into the air, if I gotta jump into the air,
you are released. But there is that moment where there's those waves that kind of hit you. That first one passes over.
Oh.
You're lifted. Your heart sinks into your stomach, and then everyone in the room falls to their knee or just stumbles, everyone looks around and there's confusion and anger.
And as you go to leave,
Do I recognize that feeling at all?
Otherworldly is the best I can tell you.
Okay.
But as Orkira leaves, all three of them immediately rush out and head towards the wall to go up and see what's going.
And
as you pulling my sword as I summon Misty and jump on Misty and take off toward the wall.
As you exit, you can automatically hear this warning siren kind of echoing out throughout all of the field ward, and you climb to the top amongst the masses, and there is a full line standing of automatons, hundreds, all aimed towards the heart of the city.
Where you watch as Shathragat phases through reality, larger in size than before, spilling her black milk over the streets of Waterdeep, giving rise to her children from any organic being that is taken over by its esoteric ooze. The hag's dying curse has finally come to form. And that is where we're going to end tonight's episode.
I would just like to say that as that happens, Harold just reaches into his bag, pulls out the gauntlet, and puts it on.
Yep. Go ahead and start attuning to that, baby.
Yep.
Yep.
Harold's like, well, I guess the time came a lot earlier than I expected. Awesome. Great ending.
When you say she was turning everything into abominations, that's basically the same thing that went down in the square.
Correct. Yes. You see where she is now currently is closer to the ruins. So you're not really going to be able to see, even with your godlike sight. Yeah. You don't have barbarian eagle vision.
Right.
But you know that if her ichor spills, you've also learned from Tashlin, who's had an injury in the fight, and ichor got into her arm, and Tashlin no longer has an arm from
here down,
Yeah, her main arm, so her right arm, from the mid bicep down is missing, and she told you, if you get infected, you cut it off before it turns you. But yeah.
Yeah, but that's next week's problem. Thank you all so much for joining us for this episode of heavy emotions and drunken silliness.
Times.
Antics.
And then the end of the world.
And then, giant elder god herald showed up. It's fine. Everything's fine, I'm sure. If you haven't done so already, please enter hashtag Eldritch into the chat, as we're going to be pulling that winner any minute now.
Yeah,
so
because
y'all remember when we mentioned the order we were going to do things? I think we're going to have to adjust it.
A little bit, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That was written in pencil.
How many death wards do I have?
And Hero is going, what's the difference between a day's worth of journeys gonna make, apparently?
Yeah, and
Belrath, the only reason we didn't do that is because it seems like a Venli thing, and you got to have Venli to do a seance.
And I know it's been many sessions, but it's really only been, I think, 4, maybe 5 days.
Yeah.
Damn. This works fast.
Since, she called for Shathragat then, but Shathragat didn't come.
Here, Shothy.
But winner of the Eldritch Foundry gift card is Executive Gamer 92.
Nice!
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. We'll be in contact via Twitch Whisper, so please make sure they are open and
remember, Velvet Lodge is live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Watch that shit.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
great. You can find it on our channel here, and then it uploads on podcast and YouTube
on Fridays.
Following Friday.
So please check it out. Episodes 1 through 3 are available now. We'll have episode 4 this week. It is 7 episodes in total, so we are halfway through it.
Like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell. Just talk about it. Tell your friends.
Oh, hey, isn't there another production that Elder I was involved in that's
Yeah, we
up
made
for an
the-
award?
Oh yeah, we should probably. Yeah.
Well, we mentioned that last week,
Yeah.
but yeah, we got nominated for an Ennie, and you can go vote. Go vote for all of the different categories in the Ennies.
Yeah, but we're up for Best Podcast for Bookshops of Arkham, the actual play that we produced with Chaosium Mineral 20, and a bunch of amazing peeps, including the Goblin and the Ethan. We're in it.
Amusingly, my NPC was the librarian whose last name is Potts.
It's true. It is very true.
But be excellent to each other.
May you always roll with advantage. Good night, everybody. I have to.